All right. Well, welcome to episode 8 of the Musicians Insider. Today, I'm very pleased to welcome Chris Moore, who's a drummer who does a lot of really cool things, a lot of session stuff. But Chris, I'd love you to tell my audience what it is you've been up to lately and how you got to where you are and what you do. Please introduce yourself to my friends.
Okay, yeah. So I'm Chris Moore, and I am located in upstate New York, and but my studio is in Albany, which is considered the capital region. But anyway, yeah, I've been playing drums ever since I was a kid, and but I have played with you know, some great musicians through the years. And mostly what I've been doing through COVID is, of course, recording drum tracks for artists as mostly a freelancer. And it's been a really fun and, rewarding experience. But yeah, it's been it's challenging for everybody because during COVID, we were all trying to figure out how to make money, how to survive, how to keep playing and all that. So anyway, I kind of always recorded as a freelance artist for people, and then have joined some bands along the way and all that. So I was kind of like in a perfect setup to be able to do this kind of work. So it was very it's been a really exciting time. Yeah.
Well, so I met you through Tracy, who's a manager friend of ours. It's kind of mutual.
Yes.
She's awesome.
Yes.
And I
Yep.
remember you were working with your brother and George and another person on Project Infidelica, I believe.
So it was Angelo Moore, who's not actually my brother, but he
Oh,
feels like my brother.
okay. I didn't catch that. So Angelo and Chris are not brothers. Okay.
Correct. Yeah. So Angelo is a singer for the band Fishbone,
Yeah.
and one of my favorite, singers of all time, and just an incredible frontman and all that. So yeah, Project Infidelica was Angelo and then George Lynch, and we kind of did this thing together, and we put an album out and played some shows, and it was really fun. And then the following year, we did a band called Ultraphonics, and that was basically George, and then the bass player and me, and then Corey Glover from Living Color, and that was more of a serious, kind of thing. And so I I write a lot of lyrics and vocal arrangements and things like that. So I was able to collaborate in Project Infidelica with Angelo doing the vocal stuff, and then with Corey uh, in Ultraphonics. I wrote lyrics for a few of the songs, and then like the song Walk Run Crawl that we did a video for. I wrote the lyrics for that, and then and the vocal arrangement. But Corey and I were able to. He's a really good collaborator, and Corey is one of my heroes in not just music but as a person, and he's just an amazing human. And so to be able to sit there with this, having write these lyrics and then have Corey sing them with that iconic voice was just it's unreal. But anyway, and so Ultraphonics did a record, and we never got to play live because George was, already doing other projects. But then at the same time, I got offered to do the Rock of Ages tour. And so I took off and did that. And this was a couple years ago now. So I went off and did that. And, but I did see Corey last year, right as COVID was starting. I ran into him at a show, and we sort of had a big hug, and we were like, man, we did a great record. It was like, yeah, we did. And we worked really hard on that record. I mean, we worked on it for a year and a half. So, and I played really well. I was really happy with my drumming on that record. And it was produced by Bob Daspit, who is his biggest thing that he's known for is being Sammy Hagar's producer. But Bob produced and mixed it. And Bob is one of my best friends in the world. And so to have Bob working on it, and Corey and all, it's like, oh man. And then George being such a monster player. So, I did the Rock of Ages tour, and then when I saw Corey last year, we were like, man, I wish we could do something else. And so we actually, I'll say it, but we did a song. We actually have a song and a like a lyric video that I made the lyric video, but we got together, and when I moved to New York last year, Corey lives about an hour and a half south of me. And so Corey came up to the studio. We collaborated again. I wrote lyrics for this song, and Corey sang it in my studio. I recorded him, which again is like unreal. And then so we're hoping that will come out sometime this year. We talked to the label about it, and our kind of best case scenario would be that we do that the label releases that and some other kind of jam / writing stuff that we did that wasn't really formal. And then we'll get a chance to really do sort of Ultraphonics 2, which we would go through that process again. Lastly on that is that because George and the bass player are in LA and then Corey and I are in New York, it will be pretty easy for us to collaborate that way because, again, Corey and I work really well together. And because I do so much remote recording and writing, that George and I could, share tracks back and forth. And so I could do drum tracks and then we send them off to Bob and Bob can mix them. So Corey and I can collaborate on all of the lyrics and vocal arrangements here. But like Corey as a writer is so strong that like a lot of times he'll come in with a song and go, oh, I got a great idea for this. And he just knocks it out of the park, And then there's other stuff where he's like, and I'll be like, hey, I got an idea for this. And he's so like open and cool that he's just like, oh, this is great. Yeah. Okay. And then we just, we're off to the races. So,
and so
yeah.
For you, recording during the pandemic wasn't really much different than before because, like you were already doing tracks for people that same way. And now it's just become, now you're the guy that already knew how to do it. So everyone can come to you.
Yeah. Thank you. No, it's, and I've really, really worked during this time as well. I've really worked on mixing my own drums so that, when I send drum tracks to somebody, if they were a project or a band or whatever has, a record that they're working on and they have somebody who's going to mix it, when I send the stuff to their engineer, the tracks are in pretty good shape. So they won't have to do as much work to get them into, drum shape or whatever. But, so I've really worked on my kind of mixing chops here as well.
Oh, so one of the reasons I started the podcast, it's called The Musician's Insider.
Okay.
Just to kind of give other artists some inside techniques and tips, but not like your secret sauce, but maybe just advice for perhaps other drummers in your case that may be newer to the industry. Because what you just said about working with your friends, I'm getting older. I'm starting to feel like, oh my God, I love it when I find someone who I've known for years and we used to hang out and now they're pro, like, and you get to work with them. Like, I'd love to work with Jay Rustin someday. I'll probably get him to mix something if I can get his time, but we used to be in a band together. Like, and that guy's killing.
Oh, wow.
It, right.
Jay is a phenomenal, he's a legend, man. The guy's unbelievable. Yeah.
Well, you see, I love that you know him and I've been in LA for a while and I know some people, but like we were all in Ottawa once. Right. And we were all just like beginner bands and like, I was going to show Jay this and get him on here where I have his card, his name is crossed on it. I just found this while I was going through some thermocline stuff. So we're
great.
Like, this is our band. So, but we're, and what's funny is I just have it all here. I have like a press kit we made and it's like in mint condition that we sent out that never went out. But I'm going to Toronto today and I'm bringing a bunch of this stuff with me and we're doing like a pre-shoot wardrobe thing. We're shooting a video on Friday for the first single for I'm Not Sorry. We're shooting a new video and we're re-releasing the record August 6th and nobody knows that yet, but this is the first time I'm mentioning it because it's all happening, but that's not why you're on here. But Chris
that's played awesome though, man. Congrats.
Chris played on Uphill Battle Part 2. It's called Vibin' Me, Uphill Battle Part 2 in brackets. And Uphill Battle Part 1, which is coming out on a future album.
Oh, nice. Awesome, man.
When or where, but I really, I love what you did on that song. And my live drummer, Jack, has been feverishly working on that live version of what you did. And I think it's awesome.
Thank you.
However, this isn't about me or my project. This is about the I can't say it, Musicians Insider and doing things for other artists. So I'd love to hear any more artist related positivity stuff. Like, I don't want to talk about NFTs. We've already done a few of those, but stuff like weird stuff that might be helpful. Anything you can talk about. It doesn't have to be drum related or anything.
Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. No, I think I will give you, I mean, I'm wide open to talk about anything and there's no worries about like secret sauce stuff or anything. I'm happy to talk about anything.
Give them your secret sauce. What do you got for
us? I think honestly that for me as a drummer, I work really, really, really hard at being the best drummer that I can be. And so
So
being
how?
here, yeah. And the thing is, like, there are drummers that I really like what they do, and I listen to their stuff, and I'm inspired by what they are doing. And so I don't try to emulate what they're doing. I really try to do my own version of it. So there are some drummers that I'm a huge fan of that are, like, so Nate Smith and Eric Moore, and then Brian Evans and Shane Gallus, and a lot of these guys are just such phenomenal drummers, and they'll put out little videos on, say, Instagram or what have you. And so I follow these guys and I listen to what they do, and I go, man, that really, like, they just, it's not, they do these incredible chops, but it's really at the base of it is how they hit the drums, how they play, and really just kind of that magic that happens as they're playing. And so I get inspired by what they do, and I take that and I do my own version of whatever little thing caught my interest, And I think that's a big way to stay, inspired, motivated, and I set sort of little goals for myself, like, okay, before I start recording today, I'm going to work on this drum chop, or I'm going to work on this drum fill, or this beat that's crazy. And I'll do things where, as you know, I play what's called open lefty. So my hi-hat, I play on a right-handed kit, but instead of crossing over like a right-handed drummer, I play left-handed. Okay. And it's just, I'm
More
self-taught.
efficiency.
And yeah. And that was how I learned to play the drums. But so what I try and do is I really figure out sort of my way of doing whatever these guys are doing. I stay motivated about, okay, when I practice this, or I'm going to figure out this drum chop, instead of starting with my left hand, I'm going to start with the right, and do things like that would, I used to have a thing that I would try to play things that no one else could play. Like I would practice something for 6 months and develop my forearm muscles. That would be basically, somebody would have to go through 6 months of serious, almost like weight training, to be able to do what I did on the drums or in my drum solo, and that kind of thing. But nowadays I just kind of want to play and make it sound good. And so, that is really something that is inspiring to me, is watching these other drummers and learning from them, and then applying my own, sort of version to it. The other thing is that I think the most important thing, honestly, about being a musician or being in a band or being a collaborator is just being cool to people. And so many, I've worked with a lot of artists who,
Me.
yeah. And I think it's, the saying is, of course, with touring musicians, it's all about the bus. And when you're on the bus, you're traveling, you're doing planes, trains, and automobiles, and you're tired, and you got to play shows every night, or however it is. It's like, you just got to be cool and easy to get along with. And I've seen people really lose their minds on the road, and it's just, you can't do that. So anyway,
Right.
that's it. That's a big secret.
I got a piece of advice too. I feel I'm really good at identifying talent, but so I would hire like the best person of the crew of people I was looking through. The problem was I wasn't even thinking about identifying mental capacity, or are they good to work with? Like, I didn't catch that when I was younger. So I'd always go for the best guy at doing the guitar part, or whatever, the rhythm person we needed, or lead, whatever we needed. But you really need to judge character. Are they responsible adults? Are they going to be off the chain partying when you're trying to tour? Like, who knows, right? So I made a lot of mistakes. And I also resonated what you said earlier about when you're doing the drum stuff, where you might spend 6 months on something. Like for skateboarding, I skateboard a lot. I hurt my arm recently, but I would learn a really weird trick, but literally spend forever making the board do something that really no one can really do, but it takes a lot of like practice. Like, I'll say the trick is a no comply stalefish boneless. I can do that. But for guitar playing, I have a song called "It's Time for Love," where it's like the intro riff is like "da-na-na-na-na-na-na," but then I do it on the one later where I go "na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na." It's the same riff, but the accent is moved. But I
Yes.
really practiced the hell out of that, and now it's in a
Yeah.
song, and I have to sing and play it. And if you could practice something really unique to what you can do and get it down and really get it, and then put it on a record and play it live every night while singing, and it's like,
Yes.
how the hell would you sing and play that? It's
Yeah.
incredible. And like when I watch my favorite artists, sometimes I'll see like something that Dimebag is doing and Vinny and like those guys like Pantera, and I'm trying to play the
Sure.
guitar while singing Phil Anselmo's part. You're
Right.
trying to take two legends and be them, and that's a really hard thing to do. So when you're writing something, try to write something that consists of that, and then when you finally get in the studio, it's legendary because you've spent 6 to 8 months doing it, and no one else has that.
Totally.
I love that.
No, and then I think the other really big thing that I try to do, and I guess if there were any secret sauce, this is probably my biggest one, is that
Love it.
when I'm recording a track, I always try to add value to it. And if that means laying back and just playing the groove for somebody, for their song, okay, cool. But there are gonna be things that I'm gonna add, whether even if it's just ghost notes, but or a fill that a drum fill that you just go, whoa, what just happened? And then it's like back to the song. But I think that probably again, that's my secret sauce, is that I really do try to add value to any track that I record, even if it's one thing, even if it's just one thing and that's it. That's what I'm trying to do. And so um, there are some drummers out there that will say like, well, I'm really good at just laying back and playing a groove and I make it sound really good. And I've got these vintage
Boring.
drums and I've got this great gear and it's going to sound amazing. And it's like, so basically you're a drum machine and you could be replaced easily by programming the drums, because they don't have to worry about multiple takes and paying for studio time. They just program it up and it's done. And it's going to sound cleaner than your mics, and Jay Rustin, as an example, had posted a thing recently that said it's a real shame that the top 10 or how many ever top whatever of rock tunes are all programmed drums, and I was like, yeah, it'd be great if actual organic live drums could be recognized as such an important part of a song. And he was like, yeah, but Chris, everybody knows that you're not going to get away with it playing real drums on a top 10 record. It's just, that's the way the business is right now. And
I'm gonna
it's so
try.
yeah, no, I know. And that's my thing. It's like, whether I get a top 10, okay, fine. But what I'm really trying to do is create moments that are exciting within songs and fit within that mix and really, lay into it with the band. But I think that's a big problem in the music business right now, is that so much of the words production value make my skin crawl, because when someone talks about production value, when it comes to recording, what they really mean is we're going to use all computer, sorcery to make this song sound flawless, even if, an auto tune and all that other stuff. And it's like, no, man, make it sound organic, because to me, that drama of a song where it feels like it's going to go off the rails and all of a sudden it's like, wow, it's so exciting and challenging, and that's what I want to listen to. The program stuff and the auto, all the fake production value stuff, as soon as I hear programmed drums, I just turn the song off. I'm like, I'm just not into it.
So I'm finding that I saw this coming, and this is my prediction, was that there's a split and there's a divide, and I like to talk about the divide. When you go to
Okay, good.
NAMM, when you go to NAMM,
Sure.
for example, you see the divide between old man rock
Yeah.
and EDM artists. I don't mean
Yep.
that, but when I'm in the studio, I say to my producer, I say, this is too old man rock. It sounds like
Yeah.
something that the kids' parents listen to. So
Yeah.
we're doing a blend of EDM drums and live drums as
Yes.
much as we can. A few songs, it's
Yeah.
all just programmed because it doesn't need
Sure.
it.
Right.
But I love the fact that I have a live drummer live. I was doing everything last year, not with
Yeah.
the drummer, just
Yeah.
playing the tracks. But now I have a live drummer, and it's like I'm not going back to just me.
Nice. Yeah.
I don't want to be a DJ with a guitar.
Well, and the thing is this, that's the other part of it, is that everything has its place. And so if someone's using programmed drums, my thing is, hey man, awesome, do it. If that's your sound and that's your vibe and all that, and the auto tune stuff, and you're doing that computer stuff, awesome, do it. On the flip side of it, I think that there can be a again, like this organic feel to music that is really sorely missed. And another drummer that's one of my favorite drummers right now is Mike Miley, with Rival Sons, and it's like that band is just crushing it. And it's like these guys are writing incredible songs. Everybody in the band's super talented. I love what they do, and it's like, man, that's it's. And seeing them live is the same thing. It's like there's so much drama in that live performance that you're just going, God, a band that I saw a couple times, when I was in California, they're actually from England, and they're called Virgin Marys, and their drummer Danny Dolan is another one of my favorite drummers. And he's just this, he plays left-handed on a right-handed kit, and but his way of playing, like, this is a guy whose hands are covered in blood when he finishes the show. He's such a monstrous, ferocious player, but the way that he hits the drums, and he uses these big, just huge toms and just this, but his kit is set up really low, and he has a small kit, but just the way that he plays, he's such a classic drummer. He's a young guy, and he's such a classic drummer already. It's just incredible what this guy, how he makes the drums sound.
And
so
that doesn't
again,
exist in programmed drums. That doesn't exist in the world of programmed drums, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I think, I'm not talking about playing without a click or any of that, because when people start going, oh, well, it loses the natural feel, when you play to a click, and it's like, no, my job is to play to a click so that it's right on the money, but I don't sound like a drum machine, and it's like, my job is to make it sound like I'm not playing to a click. And that's another, I think, important distinction.
And it used to be that, you make the record and then you have the live show, and they have to kick ass. They don't have to be the same, but they have to kick ass, and they have to make sense. But what I've really been working on was make a kick-ass record, and when you play it live, it's the same, but you're doing all the stuff you did on the record live for the audience, like almost like the way Dream Theater would do it. You do it the same way, but I don't want to sound progressive. I want to sound like, alternative rock. But my secret is bringing the EDM tracks in. We use Ableton for everything. And
totally
I find that most people are using, so that's what I was going to ask you earlier, but the old man rock divide. Like, people are so stuck on Pro Tools that they don't have access to Serum or things like those plugins that seem to only work good on Ableton or the right thing. So you have to really partner up. I partnered up with Excellent Studios in LA. And Parker, who mixed the tracks we did, is like an EDM producer, but who plays drums. So getting that world together is really what you kind of have to do there. But
yes. Agreed. And I think technology can be such a huge help in what you're doing, and using it as a tool is just such a, really, to me, it just, if I'm doing a drum mix for, like, I'm working on a record for this band right now, and it's like, I'm trying to send them really good mixes, and I kind of figured out their vibe. And so I'm figuring it out. But honestly, right now, I'm really trying to figure out my snare mix or my snare sound and tone. It's not what I want, but I'm trying to do it via EQ and not doing sound replacement or any of that other stuff. For a different artist, sound replacement would be the way to go. It just depends on that particular project. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And on that divide thing, I'm mentioning it because do you see it? Do you see it where, like, there's all these people that are doing something, like you got Sullivan King and Excision and all those Lost Lands guys, and then you've got like the Wolfgang Van Halen camp, like all these other, it's totally different. You got guys like Jay Rustin who work in big studios, and they are always talking about, getting great sounds and doing it the right way. And then I'm like, well, what am I doing? And I don't think I could have got the record I had if I went to those guys until I got it written and then go to them to maybe do a final mix.
Yes, no, totally right. And the thing of it is that I think a big part of that divide is there's sort of, it's the approach. Okay. So, like, with kind of the old way of doing it, it was a lot more based on, kind of like musicianship and how much money's behind it, of course, but it's the musicianship, and it's in the hands and the gear and, all that stuff. And now with the other side of it, it's a lot more about, technology, and how can we, use technology to create something different. So the question becomes, as a musician, I go, okay, someone who spent their entire life working on their craft as being a good drummer or guitar player or whatever, they've worked on that. So what they're recording or what they're playing is, there's something special going on there. Okay, there's that. Someone who's using technology, they're not as technically proficient on the instrument, but they've spent the same amount of time figuring out the technology and what to do that's unique and different using the technology. And so that side of it, I have just as much respect for somebody who's using the technology. It's not like, oh, they're not as good of a musician, so whatever. It's not that at all. It's like, I couldn't figure out what these guys are doing with the technology,
For
as
vocals,
well.
for
Totally.
for vocals, when you
Yeah.
record with an EDM producer that knows how to like take vocals from somewhere and just make it do what they
Yes.
want anyway, because they're so used to samples. When
Totally.
you're singing, they're blown away that they have the opportunity to make you do what they ask and shape it quicker and easier. And then if
Yeah.
you don't get the note, they're like, "Oh, I tuned it and cut it shorter. It's fine." In the backup vocal, like I listened to
Oh
my
yeah.
backup vocals, and some of them are like they're so weird because my producer's like, "Oh, you got it," and then he tweaked it and threw it in there,
Yeah.
and it
Yep.
sounds great in the mix on
Of
itself on
course.
its own. It sounds weird, but that
Right.
doesn't freaking matter.
Oh
Um,
no, 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 it
but
doesn't.
we're
That's yeah.
learning this because my drummer is going through and learning all the vocals, and we're listening to the backups, and some of them are just wonky as hell, but it's like they're fine. They sound great. They actually sound. It makes my sound.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
so I wanted to ask you. I know you're writing lyrics and you're writing stuff. Do you sing? And how do you sing and play drums? And is there any advice for that?
Um, I have taken voice lessons and I'm not a great singer, but I, I'm not like when I write, I'll write the vocal part and I'll sing the vocal part on the demo, but I'm not what I would consider to. I don't have a lead singer voice, so I can sing harmonies like when I'm playing drums, as
That's
long as I
kind of what
know
I'm
my
asking.
parts.
That's
Yeah, so as long as I know my part, I can do it. The biggest thing about playing and singing is it's just practice. So if I have something that I'm working on where I'm going to go play shows with somebody and I'm going to be singing the harmonies or whatever, it's like that's my practice session as I play the set over and over and over and sing my parts as I'm, as though I'm on stage.
I guess it's just practice. Like, how do you not
It is.
sing percussively while you're trying to do the thing? You're not Phil
Yeah.
Collins in the night.
Yeah. No, it's very much about you like if I have to hold a note and I'm rocking out and I've got to hold a note harmonizing, it's like, yeah, I really have to practice that.
It's just practice.
Um, yeah, no, everything
Interesting.
is practice. When
Yeah.
I did the Rock of Ages tour, we did 200 shows in 100 cities, and I'll tell you about that too. It was an interesting experience. But before I even showed up to rehearsals, I had already practiced the full show. I practiced it 200 times before I even showed up. So I knew the show better than anybody, and they called me the glue
You're the
because
quarterback.
I knew the show better than anybody, and it was mostly run on a click track. And so I would get my cues and I would have to you'd have to start a song where you'd have, two counts and all of a sudden you're going. And it was like, I was
What
ready to
tempo
go
is
the
it?
whole time.
Right.
Yeah.
So like you really need to practice that because we used to do that
Yes.
too, where I would give the drummer two clicks because he knew
Yep.
the song, so he only
Yep.
needed two clicks. But
Yeah.
but there's that technical issue which happened to me at the Viper Room. We played a show where I had a backup singer. I let her start the song. Bad idea. And when she hit
Yep.
the start button, she didn't hear the click through the PA because it doesn't come through the PA. It's only coming through the PA
Right.
in practice because she wasn't
Oh,
wearing
right.
headphones.
She wasn't wearing in ears.
She didn't
Okay.
hear it because the click only goes to the drummer. So she hit it again and he got an extra click. We started one beat off.
Oh boy. Yeah.
And he's
Yeah.
looking at me and I couldn't fix it till the bridge because there was a break.
Yeah. No, I had it on the Rock of Ages tour where the musical director was running the click, and there were a few times where he miscued it, and so the click would be completely off with what we were playing, and he would have to bail out for the remainder of that song. And the thing that's challenged, so we'd have to play the song, that section of the show or that song, with no click, and it was fine. But it's kind of like it's really working without a net, because the lights
Magical.
are all cued to the
Ooh,
click.
yeah.
So all of the light changes and everything are all, so I had to just like, play through it. And it's like, everybody would high five me after, like, good job, but it was, that was a challenge, was, if somebody else screwed up and I had to clean up the mess. But that is what it is. It's like, that's again part of that drama of
And
live
sometimes
performance,
it's
man.
magical when that happens.
Yeah,
Sometimes it can
totally,
be not
totally.
when it's attached to your lights and video and everything. And
Yeah,
there's Cirque du Soleil performers jumping into pools. Maybe not, but otherwise.
yeah, yeah. But the other thing I was going to tell you that I've been doing that is really, really fun. That's, I've been having more fun with this than almost anything I've ever done, is I'm doing these mini tracks with Josh Paul from Daughtry, the bass player. And Josh is somebody that has become a real friend, and he's just a great guy, one of the best people I know. But he's such a monster bass player, and he's just one of these guys that wants to play every day. That's all he wants to do, is just play bass, And I'm like, man, I so get that. It's like I just want to play drums every day.
We got to
And
jam
so,
sometime.
yeah, totally. And so Josh, it was like, I would see him putting out these little videos, and so it might be 30 seconds where he's just jamming to like a little drum track in the background or something. And so we started collaborating, and we've actually written full songs together. So some of these, we figured out that, of course, on Instagram, they cap you at 1 minute. So you can't do anything longer than a minute unless it turns into then a long video, which nobody's going to watch, right? And the statistics on social media, that usually after about a minute, unless you've got something really compelling, most people are going to stop watching after a minute. So we were like, let's do these 1 minute, we'll call them mini tracks. Let's do like a 1 minute or less video of us jamming. And so I edit the video footage of us, and I do like these split screen things, and we just rock out. And and again, some of these mini tracks are actually just a 1 minute section of a full song that we've written that we'll probably release at some point. But it's really, really fun, and it's great because we're both working on stuff all the time. And it's like, oh, I figured out this cool little drum fill thing. This will be perfect for a mini track. And so we get on and, send tracks back and forth. And yeah, Josh is amazing.
With the technology too, I think it's important to mention that in the last 5 years, it's really changed to allow people like me to do a record at a way cheaper level, and actually
Totally.
and not compromise on production value. Like, it's insane what we can do on a small, like, little hard drive.
Yes.
Like, we
Yeah.
used to have 2-inch tapes, we used to have all that stuff, and then you got people arguing about it sounds better on 2-inch tape. I'm like, it's not worth the sound to go use tape.
No. No. I agree with that. And I think another thing is that like recording drum tracks here in my studio is I have a process. I have a way that I do it. And I've had artists say, well, we're doing this record, and we want you to come to, wherever, LA or Chicago or whatever. And we want you to actually come into the studio with us, and we're going to record everything in a, full production studio, live together. We're going to play together because we want that, that sound. And it's like, okay, look, my process is that I sit here and I figure out exactly what I'm going to play, and then I record it. And if I screw it up, I'm going to start over. I'm not going to punch in and do all that other stuff, but I really try to work through the song for a long time. And again, I have this process where as I'm recording it, I figure out different things, and I'll go back and redo something or whatever. And really, I'm a perfectionist, of course. So it's like, if I were to do that with somebody, they're not getting the best of me, because the other thing is, as I'm recording a song, as it's getting toward the end, if I'm doing it live and I don't want to screw up and have everybody have to start over, I'm going to play it really safe so I can ride that song out and not add the thing at the end that I was going to do that was going to make it go boom. But instead, I'm like, okay, I don't want to screw this up, and so recording live like that is like, I'll pull it off live, but as I just wrote a drum thing, I just wrote this drum fill, and it starts on the three and I got to remember that as I'm playing. And how did that go again? I don't want to do that and waste everybody's time. And
Because you might
so
miss the note and you screw up the take at the last part and you do it all again.
absolutely, man. And it's not that it's not that I can't pull it off. It's that as I'm playing it, I'm not going to just do a standard drum fill that starts on the three or starts on the one and it's a 4 count fill. It's like,
So
oh, this is, I'm entering this fill at a weird place, and then I have to do this crazy thing and get back on the one and still be grooving. It's going to take me a few times to lock that down.
And,
You
and for
know, and
for the skateboarders watching, the skateboarding analogy, not that there's any skateboarders watching, is after they land the trick where they slide down the rail and they've took 30 tries, they've never landed it, they kept falling and
right,
falling. They finally land it. At the end, they
right,
do a tray flip at the end.
right.
If they
Okay.
miss that tray flip, it ruins the clip.
There you go. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's a perfect analogy,
That's why
man.
I
Really.
always think like that. It's just how I can teach people.
But it's funny because like when, so people will say, okay, what do you charge to do tracks or a record or whatever? So I give them my rates. Then when they go, okay, well, look, we want to do this big production thing and we're going to do this in the studio and we really want you to be there. And it's really important for our integrity of our record. And it's like, okay, well, it's going to cost you, you're going to have to fly me there. You're going to have a kit there for me. You're going to have to give me a per diem and cover my hotel. And it's going to be this much more.
Doesn't even
So
make
why don't we
sense.
just, yeah. So when you're talking about it's a lot cheaper to be able to do it the way we're doing it, that's exactly right. Because my cost is just, my studio rent every month, and I'm engineering the sessions myself. So it's a lot cheaper.
And when I talked to you about doing the tracks for me, I hadn't even planned out the entire record. We didn't really know where we were on that yet because that was
Yeah.
quite early in the process.
Okay.
And that was helpful. One of the things I was talking to a friend of mine last night who's a musician, but he hasn't really never finished anything. He told me about all these songs, and I said, well, do you use technology to track your songs? And he's like, well, so I'm like, dude, open Google
Yeah.
Sheets, make a
Right.
list of your songs, put a link to all the
Right.
MP3s of what you've done so far. How do you do
Right.
it? Go to SoundCloud, put them all, like it's free. It's all free. It
Yeah.
doesn't cost anything to do that. It just takes organization. Now you have an album one, line 20
Right.
to 30 is these tracks. Album two is going to be these ones. If it sucks, you can replace them and you can send your collaborators there. People
Yeah.
don't really know how to do that. I work as an SEO. I have a computer science degree. I spent years at Nortel. I've done a lot of stuff like that. Like I know Tom Morello had a degree and we all thought that was cool. And now I'm like, wow, I had a career. I mean, I'm so old. I'm doing my music career after it. So I use that to my advantage, and being able to, at this day and age, have the technology finally let me do a whole show alone and sound right. But
Yeah.
now bring a drummer and mute the drum
Sure.
tracks. It's
Sure.
awesome. And I won't be
Oh
using the
yeah.
hoverboard. I'll just have other people on hoverboards around me.
Nice. I love it. Yeah.
So, yeah, I broke my arm skateboarding on Labor Day. I was like 2-week quarantine. I came home from Vegas and I got out of quarantine. I went to the skate park I'd never been to, and I fell on my arm. I had a wrist guard and everything on, but I suck
I
at
remember
falling.
when that happened. Yeah.
Well,
I
did you know
know.
that in December I went snowboarding on the first day that they opened snowboarding, and the last day that they opened snowboarding because they closed it, and I broke it again.
Oh man.
Two
Oh.
times this year. Yeah, I didn't want to tell too many people
Oh.
till it healed because I was like, you're gonna
Oh,
seriously break your arm when you're about to go on tour or something. So that's never gonna happen again.
dude. Ugh. I know. Glad you're okay.
I'm great. I'm great. I just, for exercise now, I have to. It's like walking, snowshoeing, low impact anything, and
Yeah.
I'm afraid to. It couldn't take my weight. Like it healed, but it couldn't take my weight
Yeah.
yet, and it just broke in
Yeah.
a different spot. And I was like FML, but I learned a hard way. So
Years ago, there was a motocross racer named I think his name was Brock Glover, and he was awesome. Incredible guy. And I used to race bicycles, like Tour de France kind of stuff. And he got into bike racing. And anyway, he had apparently, his wrist had been broken so many times that I think he actually broke it in the air on a jump where he was like, adjusting himself while he was in the air, and it broke, and was like, man, that's rough.
landing.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
Poor
I don't want to
guy.
talk about that at all because I can feel it.
Okay. But yeah, so but I think that's a whole thing that's so um that's so exciting about music right now, is that everything's opening up again and people are going out and playing live, and tours are getting booked and all that, and that's super cool. I'm kind of waiting for the right offer to roll through before going on the road again, and so I'm super happy to be here in the studio just doing my thing until then.
That's awesome. So
Yeah.
we've got a few minutes left. If you want, we can wrap it up soon too. No big deal. I'm heading to Toronto in about half an hour.
Okay.
Let's see. Anything else you want to tell me about? Maybe anything that you want to that's coming up that you're excited, or anything coming up that we could promote?
Well, I'll tell you what. The I don't have anything other than Chris and Josh's mini tracks right now. I'm working on a record with a band, and I think actually the guitar player posted something about it. So I guess I could say that I'm working on a record with a band called Vante, out of Chicago, I think is, or like Illinois somewhere. But really good guys and a cool record, and good songs and all that. I don't know when that's coming out. And then there's a band here in New York called Swim the Current, and I did a song with them, and we've kind of danced around the idea of doing a video for it. So that'll be out pretty soon. I think sooner than later. We're doing that, and then I have a lot of these things that I'm doing, unfortunately, are like secret projects that I can't talk about.
That's the best thing. I love to hear that you have secret projects in the works, and then you can come back here when they're ready, and we'll talk about it again on a Chris Moore update podcast.
I totally will. And what's funny about that is that somebody said recently, I saw this guy post on social media, and he's like, all these bands that have talked about during, COVID and during the lockdown, that they've written all this great material and they got all this new stuff and they're all excited about it. He's like, why don't you guys just put it out? Like, stop talking about it, just put it out. And it's like, well, there are labels and managers and other bands involved and all kinds of stuff. You can't just go, hey, we just did this, record and we're putting it out there for you.
Actually, you kind of can if you're like very independent, and then you just go with a distributor, and then you hire all the people yourself, and then you find out you got to do it all in 3 weeks.
Oh yeah, no, you can, but it's like
to go big properly.
Yeah, and that's the issue. A lot of these people are like, well, we need 3 months of lead time with our PR people so that we can do. And it's like, I go, okay, that's fine, whatever. I'm just here to do my thing. So but yeah, 3 to 9 months is usually the answer of like, okay, well, if we're gonna do this record and release it right, we got. And I'm like, yeah, okay, that's cool, but I'm on my next project anyway.
Don't wait till it's out of style.
Yeah. But I totally get what you're saying, and that is that is something so nice about being sort of self-sufficient. Yeah, the new way of doing it. Yeah.
Well, so like I was saying, I've got like 3 weeks or whatever to do this, but the second single we do, we'll spend more time on it and we'll put more money into the video.
Nice.
I'm trying to do it where I have a fantastic team I just pulled together for this video, and we're actually talking about the future videos being arcing from these ones.
Oh, very cool. That's great.
Very Rick and Morty.
I love it.
So hopefully that'll happen, and I'm extremely excited. But next time you talk to me, this video will be completed. Today I'm going down to like meet about it. We don't even have the treatment completed yet. So we're shooting it on Friday at the Horseshoe. So
oh, very cool, man.
That's a poster of me at the Horseshoe a long time ago.
Wow. That's awesome, man.
I'm upstairs today. I'm normally in my other office because it was so hot. This is where the air conditioner is. I was just like, I'm not going to sit in this heat for a podcast like I did with the last podcast. I was just ready to die, so I had to end it a bit early. My last guest was Steve Thompson. He was a producer for Korn, Guns N' Roses, Metallica, so that was cool. I encourage people to watch the other episodes. There's some technology stuff, even the one with Scoble, the very first episode, we talk about NFTs.
Nice.
But Chris, really cool to talk to you.
Thanks, man.
I would love to hear more from you. Please stay in touch.
Yes, for sure.
If you have any links you want me to add to the site below here, just send them over to me before I post this. This is going live tomorrow at noon.
Okay.
So
well, my website, as long as it's working again, chrismooreofficial.com.
Beautiful. And if
Thank
yeah,
you, man.
if you want anything to happen with that, we should talk more about what we can do.
Okay, yes, thank you. Yes, for sure. I know.
And you keep me in the loop. If there's any problems, just ping me.
Thanks, man. Thanks for everything. I appreciate it.
All right, wonderful to have you on the Musicians Insider, Chris Moore, drummer
Yeah.
and friend, nice guy, and hope to jam with you again and have you come to a show. And who knows where that'll go. But I'm not going to expect you to play Vibe and Me up on the last second.
Well, no, I'm totally into it, man. I want to come see you live for sure. So
Any
yeah, we'll figure
message?
that out.
Any messages for Jack, my drummer, who's going to be playing that?
Just have a blast. It's super fun music to play too. Yeah. Enjoy.
Awesome. All right. Well,
Yeah,
thank you,
man.
Chris. I'm going to stop
Thanks,
the
buddy.
recording. Welcome to the Musicians Insider. I am your host, Cronus, and today we have Tormad. Why don't
Hi.
you tell us about your film career, what you've been creating, and why you were doing what you're doing, and introduce yourself to my community, please, so we can hear more
Oh,
about you.
thanks. First of all, thanks for having me. And and it's been a long career. I'm as most of the sound designer. I started a band, or I started actually in playing trombone in a music band, but started as a bass player when I was quite young. And when you are a bass player, it's quite boring to play. I especially play this heavy rock band, so I get more and more into. Oh, you're a guitarist, but
Yeah.
I get more and more into producing, mixing. We did all the recordings when we practice, and so that's kind of what I get into. And of course, from early age, I was so into films, and we shot my some buddies. We shot film, like we did short films like early on Super 8, and we kind of did on like a 4-track, the cassette deck. We did some sound, and we kind of when we showed it to the school, we kind of synced it, push play at the same time, and we
Oh,
had
wow.
so it was, yeah, so it was the early kind of a sync. But there was I just found out how much impact you can do with sound, even if we have limited researchers on kind of the Super 8, and we didn't have any VFX or so, but using sound and music could really give a big impact. So I was more into films, so that was really a great start. And then of course went to film school. I worked at the local TV station in hometown, and just went from there.
And what city did you grow up in? And for my viewers to
Oh,
understand what part
yeah,
of the
yeah.
world.
No, it's Oslo in Norway. It's actually a little bit outside Oslo, but school in Oslo in Norway. So that's I'm actually in Oslo now. Pretty cold here. We had like north in Norway. We had a really bad storm here, like
I'm
so.
in Canada,
But
but it is
well,
not. We have it's -1, but there's really not the winter we're used to.
no,
Not so
okay.
much at all. Very mild.
This is a wild winter. Lots of snow, but it's good. We
Do you
like it here. We
participate in
actually.
winter sports there?
Yeah, definitely.
Like what
So
kind?
I do both cross skiing and downhill, mostly downhill, but sometimes I like to. Well, I'm going to probably talk about this film, but I love the nature. I love to, especially in the morning, if I have a chance to just go up and do some cross country skiing early in the morning. Sometimes I actually, when we are in the beginning of a project, I can have a walk with a director. We just and just talk. That's also they're like, or go out. Just not only sit in the studio. It's a quite creative thing to do. Just you get new inspiration, and you like in another environment. So that for me, it's I love to go in nature. Like go not go in nature, but go out, spend some time there, and just get some new ideas. And yeah.
That's great. I walk every single day. Today I walked with
Oh,
my
cool.
best friend at noon. I have
Uh,
another TikTok account called Daily Walk Guy, and I'm starting to get lots of
oh,
views on it. But
uh,
And don't worry, we have time. We'll talk about everything. I just wanted to get an idea of where you're coming from so that we can get a perspective of who you are a little bit more.
Yeah.
And like you said, you worked. So when I was in high school, I remember a friend of mine lent me a 4 track. So I had 4 track with the cassette tapes. And if you can use all 4 tracks, but then you put it in the regular player and the other side is backwards and you learn how that works, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I mean, I learned all that too. And
Mm.
that's neat that you like, so we had like singing machines for karaoke when we were younger. And that was kind of the most that we had in public school. But then we started performing at high school, which was cool.
Yeah.
So I think we probably grew up around the same time, and I feel you
Yeah.
on the 4 track, and then having to press it along with the visuals to make them work.
Yeah.
I use
Yeah.
Ableton and Resolume now to do the same
Oh,
thing, and I
yeah,
just
yeah.
hit play on this, and it all
Okay.
works.
Oh,
So
yeah, yeah.
tell me about this film. What was the inspiration for the film? Why would you
Oh,
what was the reason that you made it, and what's tell me what's going on?
yeah. This documentary. I mostly I do like feature films. I've done so many different feature films. Done Norwegian films, of course, European films, and American films. So, but I was lucky to do documentary 4 years ago called Flea, and it was amazing documentary, and it was 3 times Oscar nominated. It was so sound driven. It was so fun to work on. So after doing that film, Margaret, documentarist in Norway, she called me and said, "You have this beautiful documentary. I want to come to you and just talk about it." And that was well, like half a year before she started shooting. So she came to my studio and told me a story about her as when she was young. That was kind of inspiration of the whole documentary, the project. That she told me that she went walking with her father in the mountain, up, up, up in the mountain, and in front of the glacier. They were sitting in front of glacier, and it was like ice cracks or crevasse, like
Yep.
there, and she heard some sound because when you wind like kind of goes through those cracks, it made a sound that was almost sounds like orchestra. So she said, ask her father, can you hear there's someone playing down there? She was like 6 years old. And the father answered, yes, can you hear them also? So that was, so she since she was like child,
Nature's
she's been,
orchestra.
yeah, 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 yeah. So that was the whole idea. And she went, so that was her childhood, walking around in mountains, listen to things and experiencing and, fairy tales and all those things. So she had this idea to walk 1 year with her father around in the mountain for a year and just sense and what's happening. And the idea was to create sound for the nature that the nature got kind of his or her their own voice kind of character. So
Capturing
we
Mother Nature.
yeah, 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 yeah,
Oh, I think
captured.
there
So
was
that was
it was beautiful. I watched it twice. I watched it
oh
earlier on
that
and then I watched it
mm,
again to remind. And I had it on when I
mm,
was like just working a bit too.
yeah,
And the cinematography is fantastic. And
yeah, it's amazing.
I was trying to understand the story and it really seemed like it was almost like a love letter to the nature from the person
Yeah,
that has just enjoyed it without a real um serious plot or anything. Obviously, it's just mostly
no,
about
and
the
it's
plot is the view, right?
yeah, yeah, and it's no morale, but when you see it, you just understand that you have to take care of it, and you have to take some time to go out and explore it, and so we kind of started. And the great thing about this film was the collaboration between me, director, the composer, the editor, and for the photographer and the sound recordist on set, because we started early before shooting. How can we do this in the best way? So what we did was like, because we want to find the soul, Mother Nature's the soul, and the pulse and everything. So the recordist and I as well, we went out there. So mostly mostly all of the sound you can hear in this film are from the area around or at the place. But of course, there are some we have to. There are some sounds we had to pick from other places or record other places, but mostly. And what we did was we went out and tried to find things that either had a pulse or had a kind of texture or a voice. So we lowered kind of microphones down 50 meters, like no more. 50, how much was this? Like 60 meters. That's 100 and I don't know, 80 feet or I don't know.
I'm in
So,
Canada. We're metric, but my American viewers
okay.
appreciate the feet and
Uh,
inches.
yeah. Yeah. No, but
Half a mile down.
so yeah, we're now we lowered it down there, and there was suddenly we it was like a tick
Quarter mile.
tick tick, like a pulse there was, and it wasn't like dripping. It was something else, and it was like it's just suddenly start, and it was in sync all the time, and it was was amazing. So we collected all those sounds, different sounds, winds, and of course, you know, you can listen to sounds and you can tell what kind of weather is coming or what. So when you know the waterfall, when it hits the wall, it sounds like a big drum, like a bass drum, and that's means that the weather is changing. So there are so many things we did. Record all stuff. I collect them, treated them, put those together, and then I send it to the composer, and she listened to it and invite like how I call it a violinist player or orchestra, small orchestra.
Strings. And so
Yeah, strings.
just for 1 second, I want to explain to
Mm.
my audience what your role was for the film, like the
Yeah,
overall
yeah.
role, the credit. What do you
I was like I'm a sound designer,
sound designer?
and sound designer and supervisor, and also did a sound mix on this one, so, a
Okay.
re-recording mixes. So we can but we had a sound recordist on set that followed the crew for the whole year. But also did some, and my crew also did some extra recordings. But so my kind of role was to glue everything together. So at that point I sent sounds to her, and they just got inspiration of what and they just started to make music of what they heard, all those sounds, and of that she kind of wrote, or because there's a big orchestra like symphony at some places. So uh, from inspiration of the sound we collected, we got the music, and then we so that is the whole kind of sound design texture just glues together with the music. And yeah, so that's was the big idea, and it works quite good.
And what will be the outcome of the picture's release? And where will it be released, or has it been shown anywhere yet
Yeah,
at film
yeah,
festivals?
it's been shown in Norway and Europe, and it was the Norwegian Oscar candidate. Didn't make it, but it's gonna be in US, in I think it's February. It's gonna be US and Canada release. So
Very
yeah, definitely
cool.
have to. Yeah. So
And
they
what's the
had
title? What's the release title in the US?
Songs of Earth.
Okay.
Songs
Songs
of
of
Earth.
Earth.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Will there
So
be
it's
a website for this too that I can send
yeah,
people
definitely.
to?
I can. Yeah, it's you should definitely go into Spotify and listen to the soundtrack. It's a beautiful soundtrack. There you can listen to the sound I made that went into Songs of Earth on Spotify, and of course the website.
Yeah, can you email me after
Um,
this just any links and I
yeah.
will edit this and I'll put them all right there and
Okay.
right there.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. No, but it was for me, it was like a great experience doing this film, and so it's about and of course it's about father as well, and he's traveling. He's like 84 years old, still goes high up in the mountain.
Do we have his
So
reaction to the movie yet?
yeah, he's thrilled. But it's amazing, and he's like he has few words, he don't talk too much, but what he says is quite is great.
A
And
man of a few words, but they mean so
yeah,
much. That's the
yeah,
best.
definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, no, I
So
got that vibe watching it that he was very
yeah,
important to this picture and his,
yeah,
those walks were so meaningful. Like I got that
mm,
vibe. And being a person who
mm,
walks in nature every day for some reason, I happen to be,
uh,
I really
mm,
appreciated that. I do a lot of
mm.
hiking and stuff. Like I was in Los Angeles for 13 years. I would hike there a lot, and now I'm in
Uh,
Canada
oh,
now because
nice.
of the pandemic and we're
Yeah.
it's beautiful. I'm on a place called Georgian Bay, which is about an hour and 30 minutes north from Toronto. So I'm
Oh,
close to
nice.
Toronto is
I
where I am.
love Toronto. I
And
love Toronto. I've been.
yes, yes, it's a great place and the people are
Yeah.
so good. It's a lot different
Yeah.
than Los Angeles.
Mm, yeah.
Different vibe.
Definitely. Yeah. I've been there a couple of times, and we went there with this film when it was on the TIFF, known on
Toronto Film Festival last
Toronto
summer,
Film Festival.
yes.
Yeah.
And
Mm.
it was played there.
Yeah. And
Very
those
good.
went really well. And the cool thing there is like this film. Of course, we are kind of what do you call it? We are spoiled with all the nature here in Norway and probably in Canada as well. But
Yeah,
showing this film, especially in New York, we went to the NYC doc screen there, and also in Canada. It's so touching, because people see and they just realize I'm living in a big city. I'm just walking to back and forth to work, and I work too much. I forgot to enjoy.
how beautiful a
I
world can
forgot.
be.
Yeah, definitely. So. And for me as well, just working on this film, I try to, because we are working in an industry that are not like 9 to 5. It's like a lifestyle. So we work a lot of hours, but I try to kind of find places where I can do hiking and go skiing because it's so important.
And some of the other people you worked with, did you want to mention any of the names of any of the people that were on the
Yeah,
project?
yeah, of course. Rebecca Carrior, she's the composer, great composer. You have to look her up. Uh, the sorry, well, no, and photo, the DOP, or like
Director of photography?
Lars Erlend Øymo, he's a great guy as well. And the recordist is Andreas Lindeberg, and he did amazing things. So what we planned everything before, so we
I
knew
love
what
that.
we want to. And the collaboration with the editor, he kind of is often, especially in Norwegian films, because the budget are limited. They kind of, I I have this thing that I want to be early in, but mostly they cut the film and then you start doing the sound, and I can't, I hate that. I just want to, and this was really good because we planned it before shooting. um the editor gave me sequences. I did sound on that
And
and I
this is
sent
so
it
you
back.
can cut to the music,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So
Yeah.
we kind of had a collaboration with a picture editor and me, so we can kind of we did one scene, one sequence. He sent it to me. I did some adjustment. I sent it back to him, and we kind of was a collaboration all the times instead of just getting a final picture. So, and for me, it's like so important that I always said there's like 4 places you can do great sound design. That's in script, because you can in script you can think about sound there, and of course before shooting, if there are like a scene with lots of winds, or then you need to have some visuals that, or else it's just something that you put on that doesn't work. And then of course to get great recordings of voices during the recording, that's also good for the sound design later. And the last place where you can really do great sound design that are some like story driven is in the editing room when you do the picture as well. So to be a part of where the people that cut the film is so important, because there you kind of put everything together.
My experience with in a band, I played in bands where we've shot music videos, and if you're not in the
Yeah,
editing room, sometimes they just edit band members completely out of the video. It's like you have to put
yeah,
the other band members in the video. You have to, or
yeah,
else they're gonna get angry.
definitely. No, it's the whole like everything is a story. For like making a film is a storytelling, like, and you have different, you have like picture, you have the narrative, and then you have sound and music, and they should play together and should it's
So
like yeah.
my takeaway from this is how important the preparation step was in this for you, and that you do this because when we shot a video at the Horseshoe Tavern in Toronto, it's a bar during COVID,
Mm,
we had to make sure that the fire department knew we were using fog so that if the fire alarm went off, it wasn't a problem. We were only allowed 4 people in the room because of COVID. And we had to pay for all this rentals and we had to have Airbnbs and make sure the parking
mm,
was figured out. And we had planned it all ahead of time. And then we show up and we just shoot it. And like
yeah,
by having all that wardrobe done ahead of time, weeks in advance, and the costumes, we nailed it. And it looks
yeah,
great. I'm real happy with the product. And I basically made a small movie, right? And that was
yeah,
last like couple summers ago here in Canada during COVID. So I can respect what goes into this. And I just think the takeaway there, as I said, is planning it all out. Like you have your
definitely.
storyboard, you have your scripts, you have everything when you make a
Yeah,
film, and people don't realize how hard that is and what you've actually done to
yeah,
make this work with the microphones
mm,
and
yeah,
everything.
yeah. Yeah, it's true. And as a preparing and planning is it's crucial. And other things like as we talked about, like to since I kind of grew up with all the 4 tracks and limited, like you have limited
Analog.
time and limited, yeah. So you have to take decision. You have to figure out, not do just recording. You have to figure out how to put the microphone right because you don't have too many plugs or too many things to fix it. So I'm kind of teached into to
Efficiency.
do and be limited and do all the things great instead of just try to fix things later. So and put hundreds of plugs on. Of course, we use plugs all the time, but I try to yeah, you know. So
So
that's
I'm curious though, what is up for you after this project? What is next on the on your plate?
now what I'm working on now. Is a big scale Disney film, but that's a secret. But we recently did another Disney film called Young Woman and Sea that's gonna be released this summer. It's a Jerry Bruckheimer Disney. I can't say too much about it,
If
but
you
it's
want to
Young
come
Woman and
back
Sea,
and talk about it, you're always
yeah,
welcome to come
definitely
back.
we can do that. Yeah, that's we can do that. Then, but I do both. I do done a kind of animation film here in Norway, and so I do different things, of course. And we are actually now also doing a war movie. We are good at doing war movies in Norway. We are doing lots of them. This is like different take. And the fun thing about that, this is like because you have the typical war movie, and but now it's more war movie, but more
Contemporary film?
inside. Yeah, it's more inside the head, the psychology inside a character, one of the greatest like war heroes we have in Norway, but not what he done, but his feeling. So
Okay. Try to get
we
inside
have
his head and
yeah, yeah, yeah.
understand who he was,
So
not what he
yeah,
did.
yeah. No,
Okay.
so we have so music wise, we have chosen a great musician that are more into he a guitar player that do like more not noise but like drones. It's really
Acoustic?
great acoustic. Yeah, he do both acoustic and what do you call it,
More earth,
electric guitars.
more
Yeah,
more
yeah,
air, more air, lots of delay, clean
yeah, yeah, yeah,
guitar.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's like
Okay. Pink
but it's
Floyd.
fun. It's yeah, yeah. So, but it's definitely a great movie to work on. And he had this great story today. I met the composer, and he told me that about how like working. He's sharing his studio with another band,
Uh-huh.
and they've been playing for like 27 years, and they kind of made I think like 18 records. One of the greatest band we have in Norway, but they are not the biggest band we have in Norway, but they are really cool. They're called Motorcycle. But he told me
Motorcycle.
that the Motorcycle, then they have uh, they have played in like 27, 28 years, but they come in every day from 9 to 5 and rehearse and write the whole band. They have done this for 28 years. It's amazing. And
Wow.
that's because there's so many kids now they just want to do things that we just want to get fame and just want to and so me and you know. But the best bands and the best directors and best they are working so hard and they're so precise and so it's so important that you put in your hours
Yes.
be focused.
Yes, and I just
And
want to I don't want to second that. I just want to second that for my audience that when I was in bands, like if you don't rehearse 3 times a week, you're gonna get sloppy. I mean, if you're touring, that's great because your live show is a bit of a
yeah,
rehearsal.
yeah.
But if you're
Mm,
not booking dates, you can't just go 6, 8 weeks without doing anything. You're gonna lose your
no,
your tightness. Now, the pros
yeah,
can sort of just rehearse before they go. But you're an up
yeah.
and comer, man. Don't change your 3 days, 3 times a week schedule and make it only on Sundays. And then suddenly you cancel the Sunday, you're practicing once a month. I've had that happen to me
Mm,
before, and it's not good.
mm,
But I
yeah,
love that work ethic. That's wonderful.
yeah, yeah. For me, it's been to be focused and for me, it's like I've done so many films now. I've been lucky and do so many different size and yeah, different projects. But still, I'm both kind of I'll call it curious about the new project and try to find new ways, and also worried that I'm not capable. But of course, I have done so many things that you're a little bit safer. But you know the feeling that you want to reach. You have to
You're
do even
challenging
better this
yourself.
time. Yeah, yeah,
You're
definitely.
challenging yourself with something new, and you
Yeah.
know you can do it, but you haven't done it yet.
No. So we just wanna.
I'd love to hear about it when you're
But
done. I think that sounds very interesting. So you can
yeah,
maybe think about how you can describe it to us once you're allowed to.
yeah, yeah, definitely.
One thing we
but
were talking, go ahead.
no, no, you're.
We were just
Go.
talking about other things like I've been on an industry panel today, and I'm going to go back to it after this. The Do It Together community in Toronto. It's very cool. DIT community. You should join it. It's
Uh,
national international community for Toronto, but for the
mm,
world it's like another music conference kind of thing. But it's
oh, nice.
you join and you stay in the community. You continue to talk to them, not just once a year. But
Cool.
we were just talking about different methods of everything that's going on, and there's so much changing. Like it's almost like where do you focus, right? Where do you put your
Mm,
efforts? Is it,
mm,
online? Is it creating a full record the right way when people are
mm,
writing hooks for 1 minute for TikTok? It's very interesting right now.
yeah.
Interesting time.
Mm, mm.
So
Oh, yeah, definitely. But that sounds cool. I need to join your because that is an interesting talk. Because we have seen it's been lately it's been like so many TV series that has been put in the same formula, kind of Netflix, and so we get the same kind of everything looks the same and have the same feeling, and some you can and music as well could be like all sounds the same, but I think that what we need the audience need to have some new and fresh and something that totally different. So we are always striving for something that's new and fresh and not
collaboration is big.
yeah,
Um,
definitely.
Today we were talking about Band Lab at the event, and one of my friends was bugging me about he wants me to write a song on them today. I'm like, let's just
Mm.
do it on Band Lab.
Yeah.
He lives across the street too. It's kind of funny.
Okay.
So
Now for
that's
me, it's
cool.
like teamwork is so important because we are of course when we do sound on film, it's not only me. It's like we are a team of if I, when I did when we did Maleficent or when I did Pirates of Caribbean, that was huge. Then we were like 15, 20, but we are was the sound design. But
And what did you do
Norwegian
for them?
project
What was your role?
sound on Maleficent. I was sound designer.
Sound designer. That's great.
But yeah, so well, we are really lucky and done a couple of those big ones. But on yeah, but so we are a crew of 5, 6 people when we do Norway, and I love to give them ownership and they have to read the script, of course, because if they meet the director, even if they're just gonna do a small part, yeah, I want them to read the script and I want them to we sit together and watch it, and I want to have feedback from everybody. But of course, I and the director are kind of in charge of weird, but I love the teamwork, as you are the band,
Collaboration.
yeah, collaboration, and yeah, new ideas, and especially the young ones, they have so many cool ideas. So
So for you, what are you using these days? Because we were just talking about this with Spotify being such a disaster right now and so convolutedly polluted. What are you using for new music discovery? How are you finding
oh
new music?
yeah, oh no,
Interesting question.
yeah, definitely. No, what time is it? We no
Or do you just listen to what you
okay.
listened to when you were 15? For me, it's Pantera.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a go to live concert. I
I
love to
need
go
to go to
to
that.
concert. Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw. I saw Pantera at the rock festival here in Norway
Was
this
Zach
summer.
Wild
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
the recent one or
yeah,
the yeah? I saw it with
yeah.
Dimebag.
Okay,
I haven't seen the new one, but I need to see it now that they're well rehearsed and
yeah.
this my favorite
Because
songs
I was
that
in
loud.
now was it 2000 before the pandemic. I saw them in Copenhagen at Roskilde. That was in 2013. So that's and they're good. They're
I
great.
know, I know.
That's live. That's live. That's like
It's one of my favorite all time, and
yeah,
I'm a huge fan of Dimebag. Like my
mm,
pick is
yeah.
has stuff on it that was Dimebag's pick had little things on it, and I was inspired
Oh,
by that to make this pick the way I did.
okay.
Okay, well,
Oh, nice.
yeah, so the
No.
finding new music, I mean, there's
Yeah,
different ways, like apps like
yeah,
Dance
definitely.
Waves, weird apps on the phone that'll like when you find a song you like, then you Shazam it, and then you add it to your Spotify
Uh,
playlist of songs
uh,
that I like.
uh,
That's what
mm,
I do.
mm.
But
What I often do when I, especially till films, we just, of course, we have, of course, you have Spotify and you have the what called Tidal. But I often get inspired of what like film music, especially where what we have done earlier, and often I go in just to get inspiration. I often because when you do films, you get all these different stems, so sometimes I just listen to a song and I go into the stems of it and just
just mute
pick.
different parts and see what's
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Yeah, just to get a sense of, oh, that was a cool sound that could be, and then you get inspired by that, and you try to create
Well,
stuff.
that
And the cool thing about film music is like when you do film music, it's like you try to do some emotion, try to give the film more emotion, but you can do that with sound as well because you can do, backgrounds and effects could be either in sync and if it's in rhythm and you go out of rhythm, the audience get a little bit worried, and you have like backgrounds and things can be in harmony and then go disharmony. So you don't know what's happening, but you just feel this
some of my favorite
the bad
movies
vibe.
tell the
Hmm?
stories. Like one of my favorite movies is Dazed and
Uh,
Confused, and it's like the
mm,
music tells the story sometimes.
yeah.
I can't even
Mm,
explain it, but I when I hear this
yeah.
song, it reminds me of the scene from the movie, right? So
Mm,
if you can
mm,
tell the story with the music, that works a
yeah.
lot. I love
Yeah.
that.
Mm, yeah,
That's
definitely.
really
And
cool.
for me it's like especially I love when also the music, because sometimes there are films that are music all the time, just telling you now we're gonna feel this and now we're gonna feel that. I don't like that. But the the greatest thing you can do with music is if the audience start to feel something. If they are let them feel, and then then you can build it stronger with the music later. So you wait to the audience start to feel something, and then you just build it after that. Don't put it on early, and that we call it like that's the thing.
Suspense,
Yeah, and you just wait till
anticipation.
something. Yeah. So because what often happens because the director he writes a script and have this feeling when he writes the script, and then he starts shooting and editing. He want to have the same feeling that he had when he wrote the script, but you can't have that as the second time. So he kind of okay, then we need, so you put more and more on, and it tells me as a sound designer, I need to have this feeling there, and it tells the composer and the guy who do the coloring and everybody. So sometimes it just go overload, because we all do
Well, I'm thinking about
instead would just be clean.
in the genre of like horror movies and suspense and
Yeah.
thriller. Like I used to be when I was a kid, I was scared of scary movies sometimes, and it was the music that scared me the
Yeah.
most. Right? So that's
Yeah.
such an important. I don't know if you've done any
Mm.
horror movies because it's kind of not necessarily the best genre, but for music, it really, really. I'm not super into horror, but it makes a massive difference. And also, I just watched one of my favorite movies of all time, Amadeus. Right? That movie is
Mm.
amazing, and the music tells the story so well.
Yeah.
You know, he's writing his own
Mm.
requiem.
Mm.
I don't know. I love that movie.
Yeah. It's fun thing that silence in those movie can be so scary because there are the small, you're just waiting. You have this bad feeling. That's something. So silence and small details are important as well.
Okay, well, I think that's probably all I have for you today. If there's anything
Yeah.
else you wanted me to share with my audience, let me know. Please send over all the links. I will put them into the video, and I'll let you know when
Okay, I
it
will send
goes
you.
live in the
Definitely.
next 2 weeks. This will go
Yeah.
live, and
Yeah.
I'm look forward to seeing what other stuff you're up to. Tormund, it's
Yeah.
very nice
Definitely.
to meet you today.
Yeah.
So
Likewise.
I'm Aaron. This has been the Musicians Insider, and thank you so much for being on. Hey everyone, I'm Cronus, and welcome to the Musicians Insider. We're in season 3, going strong in 2024. Today we have Matt Ebso. He's going to talk to us about, well, several things. So why don't you introduce us, Matt, and maybe start at the beginning?
Sure, what? The beginning of the universe, the beginning of life itself, the beginning of music.
Your universe where it pertains to this conversation.
Fair enough. Yes, so my name is Matt Ebso. I am a multimedia producer. I've been in the music industry officially for about a decade. Before getting paid to do any music, was a musician and was self-recording for most of my teen years. So I got started with recording when I was about 12 years old. I recorded a song onto my Dell laptop with a headset microphone and the 3.5 millimeter headphone jack. And at the time, they had a separate microphone jack that was the same size. And I was doing this all with a headset microphone, recording my guitar, recording voice into Cakewalk, which is an antiquated DAW.
Wait, did you say cakewalk?
Cakewalk, yeah.
No, it glitched, so I wanted to make sure that's what you said.
Yeah,
It's the one
Cakewalk.
word I didn't hear you say, and I'm like, yeah, I know
Gotcha.
cakewalk audio. Yeah, that's. We used to use Nuendo,
Sure.
instead of paying for Cubase or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, people don't use Cakewalk much anymore, but it's what I first recorded on. It was cheap at the time. And I just continued to learn how to record and how to write music, how to perform. I kind of dabbled a lot of instruments along the way. Got to the end of high school and was already getting paid by my classmates and my classmates' parents to like record concerts and like work on musical projects. So I was like, I'm gonna go to school for this. Ended up going to McNally Smith College of Music. Got a Bachelor of Science in Music Production.
And where is that?
It's in St. Paul, Minnesota, or it was. They went out of business a couple years ago, so they don't exist anymore. But they were in St. Paul.
You still have the piece of paper, right?
Yeah, I still have the degree.
But you can't get another one if you lose it.
Nope, exactly. Definitely not. Well, education, Department of Education probably has copies of that stuff somewhere, but I'm not going to bank on that. I think they're required to hold on to transcripts. Degrees, though, it's
Yeah,
questionable.
but once they chapter 11, I'm not so sure. So that's my thing.
Right, exactly,
But
exactly.
that's interesting. Okay, well, no, I want to hear more. I want to hear how you got to where you are. And today we're going to talk a little bit about, you had said you want to talk about the business side of music, and you have a recording studio, and also what you've been
Yeah,
up to lately, and how we were saying the three main ideas are going to be like the challenges that artists face after leaving the
yeah.
studio.
I've seen it firsthand, both as a musician myself and with a lot of the artists I work with. Um,
I'm living it.
so yeah, I'm sure you are. You're doing it.
Let's go.
Um, so yeah, I mean, just kind of the fast forwarded version then is, I went to school like, my junior year of college. I ended up like setting up a studio. I'm in the studio here now, visually. You can see it, recording in it. And I have been running the studio professionally ever since. I interned a lot along the way and like learned from mentors and all sorts of different people. And so I had some freelance experience prior to building the space out. But basically, yeah, man, about the last 10 years I've been running the space. And just recently, I'm sort of taking a sidestep from working on specifically just working with musicians on independent musical projects, and I started a contract where I'm on retainer for a video production company. I've been doing a lot of video over the years as well, and so I'm currently working as a creative project coordinator. Doing some really cool work for companies like General Mills and Formica and Excel Energy through this contract I'm working on.
And you know
So,
what? The just for a second, what pops into my head when you tell me that, I want to know what tools you use when you're doing those work. That's what I want to know personally. Like I'm using Canva, I'm using
sure.
an iPhone, I'm using a lot of Dropbox and a lot of AirDrop, and what else? I'm using Spotify for podcasters now, and I'm also using their new Riverside editor, and I'm not paying
Hmm.
for it, so I'm leaving it branded because I'm lazy.
Hey man, whatever works, right? I feel like we have subscription creep in society now where like everything costs you monthly. You don't
Yeah,
you
it's
can't buy
oh
anything
no,
outright anymore.
TV's free now. It's on the internet, but you got to have all these 500 different services.
Yeah, it was kind of cool when, Netflix first hit the scene. It was like, okay, we can watch all our films and stuff and TV shows on this one platform. And then suddenly, like, all the other platforms started to emerge and everybody sort of segmented and did their own thing. And now we're basically like cable 2.0, right? We have
So
to
that
subscribe to all the different services.
everyone just
Yeah.
ends up having one of those little boxes at someone's house, and you go to your friends' houses and they all have everything on the box, and they pay like a subscription fee that's not legal,
Yeah.
$15 a month,
Sure.
and they have everything,
Sure.
and you're like, oh, I should get one of those, but I don't want to be illegal.
Yeah, right.
So you just don't watch anything anymore.
I just tell myself that,
I'm kidding.
if I have to take on another subscription, I'm like, I don't really want to watch that anyway. I'm too frugal for that.
I'll wait till it comes out in
Um,
the theaters in 10 years.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So, I mean, as far as the tools go, well, it sort of depends on who you're working with, what the projects are. I have explored and worked with a lot of different tools over the years, and some are great for certain reasons, and some don't are great tools overall, but don't work in certain contexts, or some are just like really excel in certain contexts. You mentioned Canva.
Yeah,
Canva's awesome.
love Canva.
I love what they're doing with their platform. They're making graphic design and like templates and stuff super accessible to the masses, which is great if you're looking for like an affordable tool as a creative individual to be able to like go in and not have to pay for Photoshop or Illustrator or any of that sort of thing, and be able to also grab templates and just tweak them. My wife uses those all the time. I think the trade-off there, which is the same trade-off we experience in music, is that when the tools become available for a very low cost to a global audience, suddenly the experience is sort of cheapened to some degree, where there is a flood of just sort of like low quality stuff that hits, the screens and the market, and you see a lot of there is a lot of this like kind of low quality stuff, but at the
But
same
it's not going to
time,
rise above the masses in the real playlists, so you shouldn't worry. And speaking of Canva use case,
yeah.
yesterday I was taking a QuickTime MOV file and I needed an MP4. I just threw it into Canva,
Yeah, they just keep adding features and features and features. Like I've
downloaded
done
it MP4. perfect. I didn't know how to do it
Yeah.
otherwise. I was like, I don't want to go to a website, and I couldn't export because I wasn't in, like, I use Ableton a lot, but there's not
Sure.
like, I don't do video in there, and I don't have, what do you call the one that everyone's using right now? DaVinci. I don't have that installed right now, and I don't have time to learn how to use it. I'm not a video editor, but I do video editing for people, and often I'll use just Canva or iMovie.
Sure. Well, DaVinci's free, by the way.
Yeah,
So it's super cool. If
I know.
it's
I need
really
to start learning
powerful.
how to use it.
It's
I'm just doing
really powerful.
podcasts, so.
Yeah, well, it works then. Canvas, yeah, super cool. And it's a great tool for musicians, I would say, if they're looking to do any sort of social media post or even like do graphics for like cover art or something like that on a budget. It's super awesome. But I think it's going to be true for any tool where like if you have a global audience getting cheap access to a resource, the quality coming out of it's only going to be as high as the quality that's kind of put into it in terms of
However,
aesthetic,
they have
design,
AI
etc.
templates now that do stuff, so it's like, oh crap.
Yeah.
Now everyone can do
But I
anything.
guess, but that's again an input, and I feel like with AI, the conversation, AI, the conversation that we're having right now as a society is like AI is going to take over everything, and that's true, sort of, kind of, but like humans, even with generative AI, it makes mistakes. It does stuff that looks weird, and you kind of need a human touch to look at it and go, that's good, that's not good. And your role in working with generative AI to make really cool art ends up becoming more like that role of a newspaper editor, where you might have to just take the stuff that's coming in, tweak it, make it fit the context and the tone that you want and the style that you want, as opposed to having to come up with all the original stuff in the first place.
I just use it as a tool to be more efficient.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I've been playing around with a lot of different GPTs, and I'm loving Midjourney. It's a generative
Images.
AI image maker. Super powerful.
So when
Great,
you use
especially for video,
when you use
for
Midjourney,
concepting.
and are you familiar with Splat? Like how you have to, like, there's ways that you have to. Robert Scoble mentioned it recently. There's 3 things you can do that'll basically create the holodeck, right? So like you start off with like your Midjourney images and you put them into, I forget the other one. And if you're using Sora, right? All that combined, and then you can project it using Splack or something that goes inside what you're going to be storing, and that's how you can make your holodeck finally, right? That's what we're going for, is to be able to do that, I guess. I'm not sure.
We almost kind of have a holodeck in a way. So in the video world, they have are you familiar with volume walls at all? LED volume walls?
Go on.
So this is kind of how they're filming shows like The Mandalorian now.
Oh,
where
yeah,
they
yes, I
have,
am.
instead of green
100%.
screen, instead they have a giant projection wall and like floor and ceiling that you can map an environment onto in
And
a
it runs like
studio.
Unreal Engine to know where you are.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yep. You can do motion tracking.
And the lighting
yeah.
now works on the silver Mandalorian outfit.
Yeah, well, I mean, the
There's
beauty
no ray
of the
tracing
lighting,
needed. You just use, it's just there.
it's environmental lighting essentially, which is super cool. But we're sort of getting off track.
It's okay. We got lots of time.
For musicians. We do. It's great. It's cool to be discussing this stuff, because I think one of the greatest things musicians can do to make really creative, interesting stuff is to look outside of their field, look outside of what's happening in their genre and see what's going on elsewhere. How can I draw inspiration from that and pull it into what I'm doing? So I think, even though we're off track a bit, I think it's still highly relevant.
Oh, I love
As
these
crazy as that
conversations.
sounds.
I don't have, by the way, I love how I like run my podcast. I just have a conversation with someone. I have
Sure.
things I want to talk about, but I'm not pulling chat GPT questions. This is not your standard 100 questions from bullshit. No, we're having a real conversation with real musicians about real music stuff, and we might throw a little bit of Star Wars in there.
Fantastic. I'm all about it.
So let's continue on your journey where we were before we got into Midjourney.
Yeah. There you go. That's a good segue. Yeah, I mean, so that's most of the journey. I think a lot of what I've been focusing on recently, in recent years, 2 main things, both from the musical perspective as an artist and a musician, and then also from the technical side as a music producer, and kind of tying it all together with the business that actually makes it so that you can have it as a lifestyle, right? So like the biggest issue that I've noticed artists face over and over and over and over when leaving the studio is they just kind of create this masterpiece that they really like, and then they go, now what? Independent artists, for the most part, the tools are available to be able to promote, market, manage, distribute. But if you don't know where to look, or you don't have somebody like holding your hand or guiding the process, it can be really challenging to figure that out.
So Exhibit A, I released 2 records in 2022 November at the same time just to get everything into Spotify. I even have a company that was supposed to help me do everything, but I really just pulled the trigger quick to get it all out there, did not plan it right. And I'm sitting here going, fuck, now I have to do new music. So I'm going to be doing a whole new release plan where we're going to do every 8 to 10 weeks, a new track is coming out. I'm in the studio every Friday right now. I'm almost on the first song, and then we're going to sort of pick like from June onward to start doing this. But I have a team in place. I'm an
Nice.
SEO guy. I understand music, like marketing. I don't understand music marketing. I've been trying to learn it, and you need a team of people that are going to do stuff on schedule, and you need creatives that are done in time, and you have to be able to put them at the door on schedule. And if you don't know where to go or what to pitch ahead of time and how to be prepared, you're gonna not go anywhere. And like you might get somewhere, but it's like there's so much work that you need to do just to start. And then the people who are killing it do this all day long.
Yep.
Rinse, wash, and repeat. That's why I want to do a thing where it's like every 8 to 10 weeks, we're just doing another track. But that way, for the next 8 weeks, all I'm doing is all the meta information, all the artwork, all the stuff for this one track. Nothing else, not for an album. But this is my first time doing it, so let's watch, and hopefully my listeners and viewers are gonna see that the reason I started the Musicians Insider is because I'm a musician trying to figure out what the hell I was supposed to do during the pandemic when I had these albums and nowhere to play, and yeah, 18
Yeah,
grand
it's a good
video.
outlet for that. Oh,
Spent a
wow.
lot of money on a video. Anyway, let's talk about you.
Unsurprising though, man. Videos to do them well are expensive. I won't get into specifics, but working right now for a content production company, um, I can tell you generally, ads that you see on TV, 15 to 30-second ads, it's not uncommon for a 15 to 30-second ad to
20
cost
grand.
anywhere between uh
50
try
grand.
higher, anywhere between like 150 and $500,000.
Oh my God.
Easy. Easy. Easy, easy, easy.
I get it.
Um, but it's because of all the stuff that goes along with it. And so I think this really ties into what you're talking about here is as an independent artist, independent musician, there's a lot of different hats you have to wear. There's the songwriter role, there's the performer role, there's the recording artist role. If you're recording yourself, there's the producer engineer role. Hopefully you're not doing all that stuff yourself. Hopefully you have collaborators. And
I have an
once you get
engineer.
there, you go. See,
Producer.
some people do, some people don't.
I don't want to
Um,
mix. I don't want to do any of that shit. I do not have any room left in here for that. I need some room for this other important stuff.
That's smart. It's super smart because ultimately you can't be an expert at everything, right? And in order to put out really good music and have it reach the most people, you have to start compartmentalizing and really just dialing in and doing the few things that you do really well. Beyond the actual production, there's things like the distribution. That's relatively straightforward now. You've got services like CD Baby, TuneCore, DistroKid that make that process straightforward. But at the same time, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that goes along with just putting the music on those platforms that you have to make sure is buttoned up. Copyright, publishing, royalty, split sheets, that
Splits.
sort of thing. Yeah, splits.
My next song is 100% me.
There you go. That makes it easy. You don't have to. You could just sign a split sheet that says "I own this," signed.
I mean, my friends are
Oh.
helping me, but we've agreed I'm just gonna put my 100%, and then I'm gonna do it. Yeah.
Well, then you can pay them as like work for hire if you want to do that.
Oh, and
Uh,
while we're talking about me for one more second,
yeah.
I'm doing something that I think is very interesting because I got some really good advice from a friend of mine. And my friend Matt Starr does coaching, mattstarcoaching.com. He's awesome. He is one of the ones who gave me some of this advice. He played drums on 3 of my songs. And he said, for the next thing you're going to do, get a bunch of songs and bounce them off some people in the industry kind of thing first to figure out what to do, which one to do, right? So that's kind of where I'm at, right? But it's kind of gone a little weird. Like I already recorded this one track that I really like, and I bounced the version I just finished off of a really good, really big producer. And I got some feedback, and I already did all the vocals. I'm gonna see about changing the vocals on Friday to see if I can actually, if I get where he was going and if it actually works or not. I've never done that before. So it's gonna be interesting because I'll have this. This is all being on tape before that happens. So
Nice.
I'd like to, I'll follow you up on that later. But yeah, so I want to hear more about, like the fact that you have a studio. So are you successful? Do you feel like you're successful? Like is it lucrative? Like are you able to do the things you want to do in life because of what you're doing, or how's it going, and or what's next, or where are you at?
I think yes and no. Um, the the simple answer is there have been years that have been really great and years that have not been so great. Um, Kind of diving into that a little bit more. So I've been running the studio full time for the last 10 years or so, right? And this year I decided to start to look outside of what I have been doing to try to take on some new opportunities and grow in different ways and take on new challenges. Um, Along the way, I discovered pretty quickly that uh, there's this notion in when you go to school, right? As a kid, you're taught that you're going to grow up and you're going to go to school and you're going to get a degree and you're going to do that thing for the rest of your life. That's like sort of the path. That's like, maybe not necessarily. They don't tell you that's what's going to happen exactly, but it's sort of implied by the process, right?
Like a lawyer.
And if you, yeah, exactly. Or, you're going to go to law school and so you're going to go to college and then you're going to get your law degree. Once you pass the bar, you can become a lawyer or like work at a law firm and you like work your way up the ladder, right? It's pretty straightforward. Well, it used to be. Admittedly, I think even law is getting a little bit more complicated that way.
That's because you got a guy like me who comes to the room and runs your Zoom calls because I'm an SEO expert and I'm now running the call for Toronto's biggest law firm out of LA, but I'm actually in Hollywood in somebody's house from a Zoom room. Go, go on.
Yeah, no, you're good, man. Like you said, conversation, dynamic. But in music, it's never quite so straightforward because it's rare that you're going to get a job doing one thing as a musician. Chances are you're going to have to do a lot of different things. And so even as a music producer running a studio, what really has helped me is to be able to do things that are tangentially related to music production. So for example, music video production. Somebody comes to the studio, they say, okay, great. Now we have this cool song. Now I need some content. I go, great. Just so happens I can help you with that. And I definitely draw the line where there's things that I can't help with, or, I might know some things about, but I'm by no means an expert in. For example, SEO is one of my blind spots. That would be where I would refer an artist to somebody else. I'm saying, oh, you're putting together an EPK, you're putting together a website, you need SEO. Great. I can tell you the basics. You should go talk to a pro about that. And that's sometimes hard for musicians because musicians are on limited budgets. Typically, if they're independent, they don't have label funding. And so you sort of have to start to piecemeal the team experience. You have to, when you work with a label, they provide a team to you. If you are independent, you sort of have to build your own team. And you might not always know what it is you need until somebody points that out to you
And
says,
just real,
oh, you're missing this.
real quick from an SEO perspective, it's really easy to show up if you have a unique name for your own name. It's really
Sure.
hard for people to know who you are, to type your name in. That's the difference. So
Sure.
like that's musicians are not good clients for SEO. Like nobody's like, oh, let's make money off all the musicians. Like it doesn't happen. Like we did work for, I've not been at agencies. We did some work for Universal Music where we're helping with their pay-per-click campaigns for iTunes and shit in 2010 or something. Like that's not really something that's a thing, right? So SEO isn't really a buzzword that the musicians need to learn or worry about at all. They need to know how to be real, how to make great content, and how to market. And it's social media, it's got to be, it just has to be authentic.
Sure.
And then how you engage with your audience is key. Like if you like, I was trying to figure out like how do you get someone to buy from Patreon? Well, you go live every week like we do on Friday on TikTok and get people playing with us, right? If you want to watch the whole stream that you were on when you joined, go to my Patreon. I have them all there. Like, stuff like that. Like where it's like,
Sure.
oh, That's where you can look at it. Okay. Oh, you have the records out, but you can watch every take of the album being recorded or how we demoed everything if you go to Patreon.
Yeah.
Just put
That's
all
awesome.
the fan stuff there. So like, I mean, that's the kind of stuff I'm trying to understand and create and do now. And like I think that's where things are going. And artists need to think that way, or else the monetization part is out the window.
Well, the monetization part gets harder and harder every year, admittedly, you know, when
I'm terrible at all this stuff. I'm just trying to figure it out. That's why I have this Musicians Insiders for advice for all musicians, including me. And maybe on season 5, I'll be like, hey, this is fun. I'm a successful artist now. I mean, who knows?
honestly, I feel like that's the best way to start a podcast, is like to just go into it with the spirit of like wanting to learn and like talk to other people who know interesting stuff that you don't already know. I did the same thing. I started a podcast a couple years ago called After the Master, a Musician's Guide. And most of the reason I know what I know now about like marketing and the music business, I learned some in school. They teach some, but most of what I know now is because of hands-on experience and then also what I've learned from the experts who came on my show. And it was super awesome to be able to like learn and get sort of like a free 1 hour consultation with a lot of these people where I'm just downloading their information. So there's a lot of merit to finding experts and just picking their brain, buy them coffee, buy them a beer, talk to them for a while, or invite them on your podcast.
I've never done a podcast that didn't have a guest on it. That's one thing. I know people talk to themselves for hours. I mean, and I don't mind. I was thinking about doing one like where I go through certain things, but I'm kind of like, it's not that I'm scared to do it. I'm procrastinating on doing anything where it's like not having a guest because I like the social aspect of this because like we're already almost out of time soon, but it's okay. We have lots of time. But I mean, like, you know, like it's amazing how quickly you can have a podcast that is good and you know, just by having someone on, having a conversation that's real about what we both are into.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So, do you have some tools you want to list that maybe advice for my audience that I can link to here in the description and whatnot? And by the way, all my podcasts are video now on Spotify.
Fantastic. Yeah. So some of my favorite tools, I'm going to be a little bit biased with my first suggestion. So I tried to solve a problem where I, doing mixing, had a really hard time explaining to people who are new to the process, independent musicians, what happens as a result of mixing. Like, it's hard for people to wrap their heads around sometimes. They're like, well, what do you mean? Like, I have a recording, I hear the recording. What are you doing to it to make it sound better? And so what I ended up doing was I hired a developer to build a before and after player for my website so that I could show people what does mixing and mastering do for your music. And over time, I realized other engineers, other producers might need this.
Time
And
out.
so what's up?
There's an elephant right here in my room
Yeah.
called mastering that you just dropped real quick. Now, when you
Yeah.
say, and I have to say this because I'm actually going through this with my friends are awesome. Everyone I'm working with is great. We all have this figured out. But when you say mixing and mastering, are you saying we mix it and then we master it? Or are you going to say we mixed and mastered it?
Oh, no, 100% first one. Mixing is its own process. Mastering is its own process. That
Beautiful.
said,
How you approach this? I need to hear it on here.
yeah, so the best advice I have been given is to mix like there's no master. I look at mastering like quality control. Ultimately, I shouldn't be depending on the mastering engineer to fix my mix in any way. If I have done my job right as a mix engineer, all the mastering engineer should have to do is turn the levels up or down to the appropriate levels for the destination it's going to. Or like if it's a vinyl master, you know, doing the required process to make sure it, you know, you go through the RIAA curve to make it so it works for vinyl, right? That said, that's not always the case. The mixes aren't always perfect. Mastering engineers, if you work with a dedicated mastering engineer and not just like an AI tool, which they're getting there, they're not quite there yet. But the biggest perk to a human ear is one, they can understand the genre you're working with and understand, you know, how does the spectral balance work in this genre? How is it working overall? Do we need to make any adjustments to the levels broadly across the whole song to make it so that the mix is just a little bit more dialed in? Are there any really obvious, ugly vocal resonances that are popping out that didn't get caught? Are there any issues with bass that's out of control because the mix engineer was working in a room that had room modes that were making mixing a problem? And so those are all things that a good mastering engineer can catch because they have a room typically designed specifically for the purpose of
With
mastering.
all those crazy tall speakers and stuff.
But it's not meant to be a it's not meant to be something that you give them a raw product and then say, okay, fix my song. No, no, no. All that should be happening in, first of all, the better the recording is, the better the mix is
You don't
gonna
want to
be.
fix it in the mix either.
Yeah, right. The better the mix is, the better the master is going to be. And ideally, the mastering engineer shouldn't have to do anything. But that rarely happens. And so they're there as quality control and sort of the last set of ears to make sure that the song is spectrally balanced, dynamically balanced, and then meets the technical requirements of all the distribution platforms and mediums.
And the way I would describe this for my listeners, like this is how I've sort of described it, is that like sometimes the mastering engineer can sort of bounce it off the windshield of the room. Like he makes the sound do it a bit differently.
Yeah.
Like it's just acting a little more sonically pleasing in ways that we would never have even thought of because we're not mastering engineers.
Exactly. It's a very technical process, whereas mixing is a little bit more, it's technical, but it's also creative because you're adding creative effects and filters and distortion and dynamic control and all that stuff.
Scam alert. I remember working with someone, I won't name them because people called them a lot of names like fibs, people that fibbed and lied a lot. But what they would do would charge people for a mixed and mastered master. It's like he would just take it out of Pro Tools and export it to Wave and maybe throw it into SoundForge, but that was something I would have thought of. I don't think he did that. And then just like it wasn't even mock mastering. It was just outright lie and said it was mixed and mastered. Like the word mastered just went with the word mixed.
Yeah, a lot of people kind of smash those together. It's almost like mix and master is one word for some people. But they are
they say
distinct different
remaster.
processes.
It's like, well, if you remaster it, you're taking a final mix and you're just making it tweaked. Right?
Yeah,
but if you're remixing
typically.
it, you have all the raw tracks, which finally now some really good AI tools can separate, which was never a thing. But now it's like, oh yeah, you can just separate them. It's like, wait, what? Like,
I know I've actually used that for a handful of projects. I want to sample something and I just want a snare sample or something. And I just go and I grab a stem and I grab the sample, I mangle it to oblivion so nobody can understand that that's the original sample. Well, you would never identify it. And then I could just use the snare as opposed to having to like try to extract that from the whole song.
I'm just having a idea moment here because I was like, well, on TikTok, I play a lot of guitar, but I don't have a lot of good backtracks to play to and stuff like that. I'm like, wait a minute. Can I just drop the guitar out now of any song? Like that easily? And
Theoretically.
What's the best tool? What do you use?
Man,
and how much does it cost?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I have to pull it up on my computer real quick.
Well, I'm asking you because I want to know, and I think my listeners would like to know that too. All those guitar players.
There is a tool that I have used a couple times called vocalremover.org, and they have a tool called Splitter AI, which allows you to split the stems from a finished track. Now, I will say it's not perfect because it's going to take whatever you're feeding it and interpolate and create its own interpretation of what it thinks those stems are. It does a pretty good job of extracting percussive elements, bass elements, vocals, and then everything else they call music. It's sort of like this catch-all for the mid-range stuff that's not any of those other elements. And that's going to be true for a lot of these stem separators. Like even Isotope RX, which is a tool that I use pretty regularly, they have music rebalance where if you have a finished song and you're like, as a mastering engineer, you could say, man, the bass is not loud enough, but it's not like the bass frequencies. It's like the bass instrument's not loud enough. They could theoretically go in, use this AI to boost the bass levels, but the harder you push that, the more obvious the artifacting is and the more artificial it sounds.
And artifacting was the word I was about to say. You're going to hear the artifacts in those pieces. That's great. I like what you're saying here a lot. This is really cool. What do you think of the Beatles song?
The Beatles song? What do you mean?
The new one. Here and Now.
Oh, I haven't heard this.
Oh,
I haven't.
They used AI to clean up the John Lennon vocals that were on a bleeded track that now, right? If there's ever a use for AI, like there's a good one right there.
Yeah, this is news to me. I have to go check this out.
It was released. It's the last Beatles song.
Wow.
Yeah, check it out. It's maybe a few months old now.
Okay.
maybe even more than that. I forget. But I actually was like, yep, it's a Beatles song. It has like an emotional sort of element to it. Like kind of like John Lennon when he sings stuff that him and Yoko did. Some of his songs are kind of like just you get sad the way he sings. Like I don't know what to say about it. Like Woman, a song like that. It's got that kind of vibe to it, but it sounds like a Beatles song, but it's like he's singing to us from beyond a little.
Sure,
Did you
sure.
see the Get Back? Are you a Beatles guy at all?
Um, Not as much as other people. I enjoy them.
I haven't gotten through the documentary enough that I need to. I've only seen the first episode or two, and I kind of haven't gone back to it because I've been really busy, but I really, really want to. So I don't know. I'm
Sure.
not super into it yet, but a huge part of my life, like as a kid, was listening to Beatles.
Hmm. I have yet to explore them, I think, in the same way that a lot of other people have. But I spent a lot of time being taught about them and their production techniques during school because they definitely broke a lot of new ground with their productions and their songwriting. So there's definitely a lot to learn from there, and I've learned it in like an academic context, but I haven't gone back and explored it on my own personally.
Yeah, not at all was any of that ever academic for me, so I love them. That's
Nice.
cool. I got to see Beatlemania when I was like 5, and I had a Alan Cross on the Musicians Insider from Toronto's radio station. It turns out we may have both gone to the same concert.
Wow.
Yeah,
Nice.
let's check that episode out. Anyway, so tell me a little more about what you got coming up for you.
Yeah, so I mean, the big thing I was kind of alluding to was I have been working on this before and after player called Sound Toggle. Um, it's designed for, it's primarily geared towards music producers, engineers to be able to, on their website, show potential clients or, potential collaborators the difference between version A and version B of a file. And that could be anything. It could be the demo where you just have guitar and vocals versus the finished song. If you're a producer, if you're a mastering engineer, it could be something like the difference between the mix and the master. And, tying it back into the conversation there, if you really want to hear the difference, you can use that. Even for musicians, you could use it if you get files back along the process, where maybe you get a mix one and a mix two from an engineer. Well, you could slot them both into the tool, and then it's as easy as hitting a bypass switch on a guitar pedal. You just can in real time toggle between version A and version B of a file. And the cool thing is you can host the files are hosted on the Sound Toggle website and server, and then you can link people directly to it. So kind of like a SoundCloud where you might say, okay, go check it out at this link. Or also similar to how a SoundCloud player or a YouTube embed might work, you
That's
can
what I was gonna
take the
ask.
player
Mhm.
and embed it in any other website with a simple iframe. And we have both right now playlist versions where you can have a playlist of A/B samples, or you can have a single one. And it's stylable however you want. So you can like add your own color scheme, you can add cover art, you can change um the
Is
orientation of some
is it
stuff.
available now?
It is. We just released it recently. So we were doing some beta testing for several months, and we have
I'll
kind of
fuck
our
with
first
that.
official full version. Yeah, man, go play with it. Actually, so
So that's
if
what I was going to
anybody's
ask you was
interested,
is the goal to have people embed this on their site? But I was going to say, what's the difference between this and I can just go in, edit my own site and say, here's version A, it's a WAV file, here's version B, and have some ugly player, but spend 2 hours fucking around with it to make it look right.
so the biggest difference is that you can get up and running in probably about 5 minutes if you have your before and after versions ready to go.
Is there a WordPress
Second,
plugin?
it's not a WordPress plugin, but it is completely embeddable. So you could put it into a WordPress site pretty easily.
Yeah, I'm just asking if there's a plugin because if you make
Yeah.
a plugin, people are dumb and will then add it more to their site because it's it's already got a plugin. I click once and it's there. So I would recommend that to
Nice.
be honest.
Sure. I do know that there is
ChatGPT can
a
write it for you. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll take it back to the developer that I'm working with and we can have a conversation about what that looks like.
To
But
him, it's
ultimately
more
we try to
money.
just make it it really is. But we tried to make it as simple as possible so that the user experience is just load your files in, customize the style, plug it in anywhere you want. So if anybody who's listening to your podcast is interested, we're doing a 10% off offer for the paid plans for anybody who wants to try it out. The link would be soundtoggle.io/musiciansinsider. unique offer for the show.
Beautiful.
Yeah. And that would be 10% off for the life of the account off of any paid plan. So, at any point, if you decide to subscribe, you get 10% off. Or
Thank
we
you.
have a pretty robust free plan as well.
On behalf of my team, thank you, and my fans, all
Yeah, of
the
course.
millions of screaming girls like the Beatles had. They're all waiting to get that offer. So okay, that's really cool. I'm excited to try it out. And I like the idea of like it can have its own like life of its own. This widget can go elsewhere. It can be its own little thing. Can you make it like a branded widget where I log into your server and I create the thing I want, and then if I want to put it on our website, I can, but if I delete my website, the widget still lives on.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So we have it. So in the same way, when you upload a video to YouTube, right, it lives on YouTube. And you could make it so it's unlisted on YouTube, and then you could do an embed onto any other site so that your YouTube video is just living on your website, for example. It's the same concept. So if your website stops existing, as long as our servers are still running, your files are safe and they're there, and you could even just share a direct link to the player.
Understood.
Yeah.
And the idea is to make it very non-code editable necessary.
Exactly.
I know how to code. I have a computer science degree, but I don't want to ever look at code if I don't have to. So
yeah,
the people who don't know how to code, like the marketing people or the people who are code strip kiddies and stuff, like you got to make it for them, right? So
yep. And this is kind of meant for the people who are working with like Wix sites or Squarespace, or maybe they're not, maybe they're even working on something like Easy Funnels. Anything where you're working with a simple point, drag, click,
GoDaddy builder,
CMS. Yeah, exactly. Visual Builder, Webflow is kind of a new one people are playing with. It's designed for people who don't want to deal with code. The only code you have to deal with is copying our embed code and pasting it into your website.
Brilliant. That sounds hard.
Yeah.
So can I tell you the problem?
Command C, Command V, you got it.
Here's the problem.
The problem. Yeah.
The people that are doing that, they don't know where the website is pasted into. Where's that? Right?
What do you mean? Where the
well, some people don't know
into?
how to do that. They don't know how to edit a website, right? So you're like, how do you? Is there a way to like an idiot-proof way of making this widget live? Can you somehow tick this widget code, and if I throw it onto a Facebook page, will it show up in the player there or anything, or what happens on Facebook?
Yeah, I would have to double check how we currently have that set. If you had the ability to embed stuff on Facebook with an iframe, you would be able to. I don't think you have that. So instead, what you would do is you would just provide a direct link to the player.
That's what I'm saying. If the website's down, you can go to the player still because it's its own thing that lives. What's the
URL?
What is it again? I'll link to it again, but what is the name of it again?
Yeah, it's called Sound Toggle.
Toggle. I love it.
Soundtoggle.io.
Before or after? Before or after?
Yep. And we have one on our homepage so you can play around with it. I think at the time that we're chatting right now, if I recall, if anybody were to go check it out right this moment, Amazon AWS is where we host our app. And so it's really scalable and really robust. But occasionally Amazon has some outages and it slows things down. So right now, if anybody were to go on our site, they might notice things load a bit slowly because Amazon's dealing with some of their own issues. But once they get their ducks in a row, our app should be back to functioning at 100% capacity.
Noted. Well, hopefully we won't run into any issues on that. So I'm definitely excited to run off and play with this thing, and see if there's somewhere I have a million websites that need content, so whoever, we'll figure that one out. But this sounds exciting. So thanks for sharing this with my audience. Is there anything else you wanted to share before I go eat?
Yeah, before you go eat, I'd say, shameless plug for any musicians who are trying to figure out the business side of music. After the Master, a musician's guide is a resource I'm working on to provide expert insights from all sorts of different people. Like some of the people I've released episodes with so far, like Lou Playa, the founder of Reverb Nation. I have an episode.
I don't really like Reverb Nation. I feel it's not a good one. I don't think it's a good thing for artists. I don't like it at all. I feel it's kind of a scam. All they're trying to do is upsell people.
Changed a lot over the years.
I did have a talk with one of the Reverb Nation guys. He said they're about to do some major things, but I don't like it. I mean, sell me on it, but I don't like it.
I haven't used it myself, personally. Lou Playa, who was one of the co-founders, he no longer is involved with Reverb Nation, so I can't speak to what they're doing now. He's actually doing some work at an A&R company. But one of the other guests I chat with on my show is what's coming up as an episode is Bob Morelli, who was the what was it, former president of Sony Red Distribution. And so he's got
Nice.
some just crazy insights. But then also like just people from all over. Like we chat with a lawyer about some copyright stuff and like trademarks and that sort of thing. And so yeah, little shameless plug after the Master Musician's Guide. And then just like generally speaking, I know like the question you asked at the top of this was tools. I think podcasts are a great tool, first of all. It's not really considered a tool, but I think it's a great resource.
Vehicle.
So podcasts like yours. Yeah, it's a vehicle. There you go. And then as far as other like actual practical tools to use, there was one I stumbled upon recently. I think artists maybe are typically maybe a bit reserved when it comes to things like advertising, because advertising feels scummy to some people where, they think, oh, I shouldn't have to advertise my art. Right. So there's a platform that is called rise.la. I'm not affiliated with them at all, by the way. But a booking agent turned me onto the platform. And basically, they provide a means for independent artists to do exposure and engagement, discovery, and conversion campaigns across things like Spotify, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram. And it's really transparent with their pricing. So I think that's really cool. I've actually been referring a lot of independent artists to that if they want to dive into any sort of paid advertising or paid marketing. I think that's really useful.
That's great.
Yeah.
I'll share that with I'm part of the DIT community, Do It Together community in Toronto. Spent a lot of
Sure.
time with these guys. I'll share that with these guys. It sounds something like they would want to hear
And
about.
then, yeah, it's a super cool one. I haven't played with it myself yet personally because I don't have any music that I'm promoting right now. But if I did, I would probably play around with that. I think musicians tend to underappreciate the value that traditional advertising and like marketing can have for their music. I think we all kind of get sucked into the social media trap, and it's really hard because
That's why you
there's
need the team with
always
the plan who's going to hit all those other outlets. And that's part of the plan to not miss it.
Yep. Having a publicist is great if you're an artist. If you have an album release or something, where with a publicist is expensive, but man,
I was spending
what they can do
$500
for
a
you.
month on it,
Oh,
and then
really? That's an
they,
affordable publicist.
and they would ask me for, well, but this is in Canada,
Sure.
mind you, 10 times the smaller population, and nobody cares about anything that's released ever anyway, unless it's on CBC. I don't know. We don't have much music anymore, but I was on it once. I don't know.
Sure.
I miss that.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's one thing artists don't even think about very often. I think, like I said, we kind of all get sucked into the social media trap and we think like Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, that's where you have to be focusing all your time and attention. But the problem is there is always somebody who's willing to put out more content, has more time, has more money, and like the ability to just kind of keep creating this content.
Juggernaut.
And it's easy. Yeah. And it's easy to get on the content hamster wheel, where like that's a grind. It's its own job, honestly. You have to just kind of keep doing that. And that's really hard. So I think not so much a tool, but a great resource. A book that I read that I've been recommending to everybody is called Who Not How. It's by Dan Sullivan and Benjamin Hardy. I can give you a link or something.
I'll find it.
But it's a great book for sort of changing your thinking about the idea of like doing it yourself and trying to be like the lone wolf who like conquers everything on your own. That's sort of the mindset that's drilled into us, throughout childhood and school and like formal education. Is that like it's cheating to take tests together? It's cheating to share notes, like. But in the reality, in the real world, when you go out and work, and the art and the work and
the knowledge,
things
the
that people
shared
create
knowledge
together. Yeah, the things that people create together that generally get the most traction are the things that there's been a lot of collaborators on, especially collaborators who all have their own unique skill set that can bring something unique to the table. And it goes beyond delegating too, where it's not just saying, here's my process, you go do it now. Instead, it's trusting somebody else.
Well, it's
and
like,
saying,
is the producer going to play the bass, drums, and guitars and keyboards, or are you going to have a keyboard player, a bass drummer, a bass player? Like it's like that. It doesn't mean it's not good if it's not that person. It could be so much better if you had a specialist that understood the entire impetus of the project.
Exactly. Well, and I think that's a great example, and maybe a good way to sort of tie that into this conversation is if, you're searching for people to help with the marketing, think of it like adding somebody to your band. Like if you're a singer and you play guitar, but you want drums in your band, you can play it yourself. That's the do-it-yourself
Maybe
method.
don't
The
look on
delegate
Fiverr
method,
for that.
yeah. The delegate method would be to come up with the drum parts and then hand it to somebody else and say, this is what you play. Or the collaborative method, the who, not how method, stop focusing on how it gets done, focus on who can do it, is to say, I need a drummer who can like contribute creatively. Here's my song. What do you envision going together with this? And then it becomes more of a collaborative process.
Or do what I'm doing, which is have have the song with a guide drum track, I can't say it, a guide drum track already there, so they get an idea and they don't have to write it all either. You're kind of doing it for them, and they can come in and make it awesome.
Well, I think that's a great way to sort of like tell an artist where you're generally trying to go, or a musician where you're generally trying to go, so that way they don't have to come up with it from scratch. You could say, I want a 4-on-the-floor beat. Here's kind of what I'm feeling. And then they go,
I send them the song and say, here's the drums we have, do new ones, but where all the changes are. If you think we should, do something different, I'm all ears.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a great way to approach things, just generally speaking. Like if you go to a lawyer, it's going to be really expensive if you say, I need a contract, write it up for me. They're going to charge you all the time. But if you go to the lawyer with a contract that you've sort of like piecemeal together and go, okay, what am I missing? Can you proofread this? Can you double check it? It's going to be way less time for them. And it gives them a sense for where you're trying to go with it. So I think it's the same idea there.
I like that. That's good.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to tell me about, or anything else we missed or forgot? Because I'm gonna probably wrap it up here, based on the length of the podcast. But this is awesome. I enjoyed talking, and if you want to come back with an update in a little while, see if I ever got anywhere, and see if you've got new stuff to tell me about. Come on next season, see what's happening.
Yeah, I guess we got to let you go and eat here soon. But I guess I want
to hear
anything else you want to hear from me.
If you have any Uber tips, though, I think it's more important than my stomach.
Uber tips. Ooh, you put me on the spot for that one.
I mean, it is a musician's insider, And,
yeah, we gotta get inside the mind of musicians. I'd say to keep it in line with the theme that we've been talking about. Definitely keep an eye on the AI space. I think that's sort of an obvious one. Don't be afraid to ask people for help. Don't be afraid to try to contact people directly who you never would think that you'd be able to. Like the crazy cool thing about modern social media is that literally everybody in the world is a message, an email or a DM away. Like I could go right now and message the CEO of Universal Music. Like I could do that if I wanted to. Not saying it's always the best move. You better have something to say. That's definitely the thing. Like, what's your pitch? What are you telling them? Don't just waste their time. But I think it's great if you're looking for help with something. Like, all right, maybe here's the Uber tip. It took me some thinking to get here, but one of the things I found to be super, super helpful for putting together SoundToggle, the app, was identifying that working with the first developer I worked with wasn't working because he didn't have a musical background. He could code, but he didn't quite understand the context. It's a very niche sort of thing, needing to be able to do a live website demo of an A/B of different audio files. Very niche. Hard for him to understand the usefulness for it, the market for it.
Unless you're thinking about that use case going in your head, it's kind of weird. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, exactly. But ultimately, there's really cool tools available now with the internet, where you can go online, do, like, for example, Signal Hire is one that you can use to scrape LinkedIn for people who have specific keywords in their profiles. So like how I found my marketer for SoundToggle is I went on there and said, I'm looking for somebody with the keyword digital marketing, comma, to get another keyword, audio engineering. Really specific, right? And then Signal Hire goes and searches the World Wide Web, searches mostly LinkedIn, but came up with a few results. Came up with people who have those keywords in their profile, and suddenly they have a shared understanding.
How this worked for you is, I don't think I would have been the person for you. I'm not an audio engineer. I'm a musician, but I'm an SEO, so I'm close.
Yeah.
but you were specific enough to want someone that actually understands the audio engineering aspect, which I don't have that training. So I would have been wrong. So you did it really well.
You got to get hyper
you didn't get
specific
me.
about what you're looking for. But ultimately, that's great because like if you can find somebody who like you can just like think of it like a job post, but instead of like posting a job where and people come to you and apply, you can say, here's the exact type of person I'm looking for, and then the internet will probably produce somebody that can do that thing for you. So like let's take it to an example for a musician. If you're in a doom metal band or something like, and you have very specific sort of art aesthetic, both like musically and visually, like there's this vinyl on the wall behind me here. It's Telekinetic Yeti. It's a band I recorded their album. It's the first album I ever had pressed to vinyl, which I was super stoked about. But if you were a doom metal band and you were trying to find somebody who does doom metal art, or like really sort of esoteric art for this style of music, if you just go to somebody who does like graphic design on Fiverr, it might be hit or miss, you know? Same thing with even like Upwork or any of these like platforms, like, you know, Dribbble is a place where you can check out designers and developers and that sort of thing. You got to get specific about what you're looking for. Like, what do you want? So if you say something like doom metal, dark art, fantasy style, and then you start to put all these things in, whether it's something with like Signal Hire or even just Google is great for this. It's crazy that like what I'm recommending is like use a search engine, but here we are.
No, but it's specific. It's how to use it. It's how to use that as a tool.
And you get very, 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 very specific, and then you're going to get a small number of results most likely, but those small number of results are going to be really, really, really good results most likely. And then I think from there, the criteria of like who do you add to your team? If you're looking for an artist to do your cover art as a doom metal band, first of all, is the person excited about your project? Like when you talk to them, are they available and are they excited about what you're doing? Because the person who's excited about your project is going to be a way better collaborator than someone who treats it like a job.
But you don't want the person who's excited and doesn't have the skill.
There is that fine line there. So
but hopefully by the time
searching,
you meander your way to that keyword level, they already have it.
And exactly. And you should be vetting their portfolio. You should make sure they have the chops to do it, you know? So there's that fine line there though, where like the things that people are often most excited about are the things that are within their realm of expertise, but are like 3 to 5% out of their comfort zone. Those are often the things that like make people feel like they can get excited about a project and go, oh, this is interesting. This is a challenge. All right, I'm on board. If it's something that they do every day, it could feel like a job. If it's something they've never done, it's going to be hard for them.
I like that idea.
Find it where it's like 3 to 5% outside. It's going to be the sweet spot.
So I've been out in LA for a while. I'm back in East Coast now in Toronto area, but when I was in Los Angeles, like living outside your comfort zone was the thing that you would try to do a little bit. You know, it's like hard for some people, but it's really a big advice that I would say is try to live outside your comfort zone just a little bit and really feel life a bit.
Yeah. I mean, I don't remember who said it, but I think about this periodically. All the best things in life, or well, no, how does this quote go? I'm going to paraphrase because I don't remember the exact quote anymore, but it's something to the effect of like all the greatest experiences in life are just outside your comfort zone.
That's good. I like it.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, I do have to rock. I appreciate having you on. You know, Mr. Matt Ebso, do you have a website you want to promote the most?
Sure. You know, I'd say that the two things to check out, soundtoggle.io. Again, if you do /musicians insider, we're giving you guys a special deal. If you want to check out the show that I've been working on to help with any of the stuff that comes after the studio, after the master, specifically www.afterthemaster.com. If you don't put the www in, the naked subdomain doesn't work for whatever reason right now.
You need to put a 301 redirect in there and
I know.
Ask me offline. All right. That's cool.
It's because it's hosted through Buzzsprout. And then if somebody wants to find me personally, just do a search for Matt Ebso on LinkedIn. I'm always just a message away.
Excellent. Well, thank you for being on the Musicians Insider. This is Cronus, and you guys have a wonderful day. Hey everyone, this is Cronus. Welcome to the Musicians Insider. And today we've got Christian, and I'll let you pronounce your last name for me.
Jordanov.
Christian Yordanov. And right now we're just talking about our in-ear monitors and things. And I was saying I took mine into the ear doctor and had them measure the dB on it. So I know only to turn it up to, I believe it's like 4. I believe I can turn it up to 4, or it's too much. When you said you measured it, did you measure the dBs?
I know I measured the EMFs, the electromagnetic frequencies.
I see. Well, wait, these are wired.
Oh, these are wired. Very
Yes.
cool. Dude, I have to get me some of those.
64audio.com in-ear monitors, and they come in
Sweet.
like special case like
Cause,
this.
cause I got just your regular um what you call them, Bluetooth ones. So I took them out, put them in my ears, and I felt like a weird feeling like drilling into my skull. So next thing, I have an EMF meter here that I bought for like $150. So I measured them, and the signal coming out of those bastards was higher than my phone.
This is
So I
the
put them back in.
electromagnetic frequency
Yeah, EMF.
for our listeners who don't know the acronym.
Yeah.
Well, so you're all about health and wellness, and I think, for musicians, this is the Musicians Insider. We want to give all of um our listeners and watch people who watch this and other musicians and whatnot, good advice in life. And I think it's very important to take care of your health, number one, because if you don't, you can't do anything. And one of the things I want to ask you is a lot of musicians like to party. So what are they supposed to do to enjoy life and not sit there being a square, but what kind of things should they avoid? What if they're going to do it, what choices should they be making? So maybe some advice on how to handle
Yeah.
that would be awesome. I'd love to hear what you have to say and tell me all about it. You also have a book about autism as well.
And longevity. I just published a book on longevity a couple of
Well,
months ago.
how to actually live longer, volume 1. That's what I'm
Yeah.
most interested in because, as you know, I'm no longer a teenager.
Yeah. Yeah, so actually in my 20s I partied a lot, and I was kind of into DJing and electronic music and tech. Well, I still listen to techno in my car. Well, when my wife isn't there. So I still love music. Um, so I did all that party scene, and I worked in bars as a barman for many years on and off in my 20s, 8 years total on and off. So I know what the lifestyle is like. You if you're doing gigs in bars or clubs, then you're staying out late. So one thing I would probably the number one thing I would give folks listening, pro tip is go on iherb.com and order yourself some activated charcoal if you don't know about that. So get some activated charcoal and always have some with you, right? So if you wake up hungover, pop like 5 or 10 of those with a bunch of water. That will help you kind of soak up a bunch of the toxins. But also, when you drink alcohol, your you get what is known as leaky gut. Your intestinal permeability increases, so the gaps between your intestinal cells increase. So when you're drinking at the end of the sesh or whatever, in the meantime, at some point, if you take some charcoal, that can actually absorb some of the bacterial endotoxin that would otherwise get into the bloodstream and cause inflammation, which you don't want.
So
So
you're
that's
saying the pills you need to order for sobriety when after drinking and having to feel better is called charcoal
activated charcoal. Yeah, yeah.
activated.
It's
What's the
it's
dosage? You said a few pills. I've never heard of it. So
Oh yeah, yeah. So look, it's basically just they it's charcoal basically from coconut husks. They just kind of burn it, and it becomes it absorbs toxins very well, right? So when you drink, the alcohol breaks down into various things. Ethanol can turn into acetaldehyde, and these things can give you that hangover feeling. So when you can take like 2, 4 capsules, up to 10 capsules. So each capsule is like a quarter of a gram. So 4 capsules is like a gram. So it's not a lot. So 10 capsules is like 2, 3 grams. And it has a big surface area. So it just absorbs a lot of stuff in the gut. And man, it's a great way to sober up. It's a great way to avoid hangovers. So because I used to live in Ireland, in Dublin,
Man.
And Jesus, bro, like you're drinking every single day, year in, year out. So you just learn a trick or two along the way.
Wow. So that's for drinking. Now, what about for other things that not drinking? I don't know.
So other things, um,
Like
well,
festivals, people do
yeah,
ecstasy
yeah,
and things like that.
yeah. Well, with the ecstasy and stuff, that obviously dehydrates you a lot. It can cause lower levels of certain neurotransmitters. So we used to take 5-HTP, which I no longer recommend or do, which 5-HTP is a precursor to serotonin. So we used to think that your serotonin gets depleted.
Right, that's what
But
everyone says. You're losing your serotonin and you need to get it back. So that's why you
yes,
wait. Is that why you wait a day between partying? I don't know. Does it come
yes,
back?
but that's bullshit. That is bullshit. That was started by the pharmaceutical companies. They basically came up with this serotonin hypothesis of depression because they had serotonin, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor drugs to sell you. So actually, serotonin is not the happy chemical. It's more of a stress hormone. It's kind of like a hibernation type hormone, right? So actually, what I would do now is I would after like, I mean, if I was out to go out and party, like go to a festival, what I would do, obviously you want to stay hydrated, but here's the thing, water doesn't actually hydrate as well as other liquids like tea, um, juice. I would actually prefer to stay hydrated with something like orange juice instead of water because water can just go through you, but juices and teas, they're treated more like a food, like a soup, so it has to be digested. So paradoxically, water doesn't hydrate as well. So I would use juices. And then actually, I don't know if you know this, but you know that vitamin C is a trip stopper for like if you're taking mushrooms or I think also acid.
That's good to know.
Vitamin,
I think a lot of people would like to know that. What does that mean? How much? Like 500, 1,000 milligrams, or what?
so from I don't know, but I think just uh
Start chewing on them.
I just but here's the thing, most people don't want to stop the trip, so apparently cocoa in or chocolate, whatever compounds in caffeine or in cocoa, I think theobromine and some of these can actually enhance a psilocybin trip. So little thing I learned along the way,
Well, they
but
sometimes
actually
put the mushrooms in chocolate hearts
could be that
for
that
the
that could
for
be
the
the reason.
ayahuasca type of shaman trips that they offer, where they
Yeah,
you
yeah,
pay someone to take you on a journey for a couple hours with your partner or whatever, and it's like you
yeah.
spend $1,000 and you're in Ojai, something.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
But please continue.
Yeah, so I mean like that so I think really we just have to, I don't know, bro. It's so hard to like when I was in my 20s, all these things I did, I never considered any of these things that I'm saying now, you know. You never like I've been awake up to 3 days at a time, you know, back in the day. So it's kind of someone that's in that mode, it's very difficult to really tell them what to do, even if it's well-meaning. So I think people as you kind of get older, you start to get gravitate more towards healthier things.
Like when I go to Burning Man now, I don't drink at all
Yeah.
because I don't want to be dehydrated from and hungover there. That's the worst
In the
place to have that.
desert. Yeah, man, exactly. And there's so much like alcohol. At the end of the day, there's so much better stuff than alcohol, right? But here's the thing, man. I'll tell you, there's a supplement I take. So actually, I don't have it here, but the brand is called MRM Nutrition, and you can go online. You can get it for like $10. The supplement, right? It's
Now,
called.
for people in Canada or US, and where are you located right now?
I'm in Portugal.
Portugal. So like, is it going to be you just go to iHerb? Like, I mean, will these be
Yeah,
like what?
yeah,
Send me
yeah, yeah.
some links. I can put the links down here for you too.
Yeah, yeah, I can send you some links. Um, yeah, so iHerb, they're actually an American company. They're really well run, and the supplements get shipped almost anywhere so far that I've had clients in New Zealand, India, whatever, Africa even. Yeah. So iHerb.com. It's called pregnenolone, right? So since I started taking this pregnenolone supplement, and I talk about it in my book, How to Actually Live Longer, Volume 1, what pregnenolone does, it restores the levels of certain hormones in the brain. They're called neurosteroids, neurohormones. And these, when these get depleted, that's being correlated with depression. So symptoms of depression, postpartum depression after a woman gives birth, and stuff like that. So if you can restore your levels, which by the way, stress will deplete those levels of these certain protective hormones or neurosteroids. If you can restore your levels naturally, you don't actually um, need as much. You don't crave things as much. So what I started, I started taking the supplement. I stopped craving alcohol. I stopped craving like weed. And even if I have a very stressful day, all I want is just to kind of relax, maybe listen to a podcast and go to bed. I just want rest. I don't need something to calm me down, to take my attention off my problems, right? So I think uh if anyone listening, if you feel like you can't say no, let's say it's become such a habit that you're doing it every day, which I've been there. I know what that's like. Take this supplement can be a game changer because they've actually studied, and I discussed this in the book. They've studied this supplement in cocaine use and alcohol use disorder, as it's known in the scientific literature. And in both instances, this helps to curtail cravings. And the way it works is, once again, the reason we crave something, like let's say a joint, let's say a few drinks, is because it's our way to stimulate sort of these neurosteroids. So some things like certain antidepressants, certain herbs, they can actually stimulate some of this neurochemistry to be shifted in the direction we wanted. The problem is that their effect is very transient, right? So with a simple supplement like pregnenolone, you can restore it, and you can take it for a week, and in some people it's enough for like to keep them for a month if you're not stressed overall, if you don't don't have a very stressful life.
And is it daily dosage?
Well, you always have to talk to your doctor about that, but I don't take it daily anymore. For a few months I took it every day. Now I just take it when I feel a bit more stressed. The last few weeks have been pretty stressful, so so I've been taking it a bit more often.
Very cool. So let me ask you then, on that note, what about for you've talked about alcohol, you've talked about cocaine, talked about other drugs. What about for marijuana? You said you sometimes you want to smoke that. Is it like for how to live longer, what should like people like a musician, what should they how should they live their life? Like should they eat breakfast every day? They're gonna need, like what are the things they need to worry about? And when it comes to smoking weed, how often can they do that without having to worry about like no one's gonna quit everything 100%. People are gonna have a
Yeah, yeah,
drink here and there. I mean, I don't know. I personally don't really like drinking. So
yeah,
I don't care about alcohol. I never have it at home. And I just kind of was drinking when my friends would do it. But I'm at the
yeah.
point now where I'm ready to cut it right out 100% for health reasons.
Bro, if you can cut the
I can
alcohol
do
out,
that.
man, you are doing yourself a massive favor.
Well,
This
that's what
is
the trainer said at the gym, right? But this isn't about the gym anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is for everything. It's the worst. And look at it this way. The things that are the worst for you, they let them, kids can buy them. Cigarettes, alcohol. We were buying cigarettes and alcohol in my home country when
What
we
is
were
the
like
point of a
15,
cigarette? Like, what
right?
is, uh,
Yeah.
all it does
Well,
is give you,
actually, nicotine on its own is actually a pretty cool chemical. It actually is a nootropic. It can really sharpen the mind. So there is like I can see why people would like to smoke. Like I smoked 15 years.
okay.
Um, but so with weed, I'd say weed is probably the most benign of these things if you can,
Is
not
it gonna kill you to smoke a bong every day for like, I think the doctor told my friends and I, we've asked doctors about marijuana. And they've said you shouldn't smoke anything because it's just as bad as cigarettes because they're smoking your lungs. I'm like, yeah, but it's not the cancer causing carcinogens. It's different. So what's
well,
really going on here?
well, yeah, it's at the end of the day you're inhaling hot smoke. And when you burn something, whether that was, the shitty tobacco that, is in the car today's cigarettes, um, whatever you burn, you are creating carcinogens. Even when you're burning something on the barbecue, a lot of that stuff is carcinogenic, right? So I personally would, what you can do is you can decarboxylate it in the oven, and then you can use some kind of grinder to grind it to a fine powder, and then in vodka you can make an extraction. That's one way to do it, or you can just eat it. I would prefer, if you're gonna take it every day, I would prefer eating it.
So the conversation I was just having earlier with the doctor part, the answer I got was use edibles.
Yeah.
Personally, I would just use an edible before bed. You know, it's not really something I would be like, hey, let's go party with some edibles. But who knows? Maybe that is the
Yeah.
solution, right? But that's just
Yeah.
sort of where we got on that. So it's like it's good to hear what you have to say about that.
Yeah, or vaping is less bad than smoking. But here's the thing, right? So I think the most important thing, because if you're out there, playing gigs and you're eating out a lot, here's the problem. Your food is gonna be,
Salt.
no, not
Okay.
salt, seed oils. The seed oils, man. Everything is cooked in the seed oils. Soybean oil, safflower, sunflower oil. In the US, these are kind of the main ones that are getting used. Cottonseed as well in some places. This is your number one enemy when it comes to longevity. This is one of the biggest drivers of disease. So when you go out there, you have to start thinking, what is what how can I avoid? So obviously deep fried stuff it has to be off the table.
Well,
If you
fast
care,
food, first of all, is off the table.
yeah, well, fast food is usually cooked in seed oils in some way, shape, or form. Potato fries, chips, this kind of stuff, French fries, that is the worst stuff. Anything that touches hot seed oils, that is the worst of the worst. That is the thing you have to focus. You can smoke a joint a day, and it probably won't hurt you as much as eating 2, 3 times a day, in
So
these
what
fast
about
food chains.
like when you eat? Like, should I make sure I have oatmeal in the morning and drink a bunch of water to get my body going? Is that how important is that? I
I
walk every day I take an hour long walk every day at noon.
yeah, definitely that's a really good thing.
But I'm
Uh,
daily walk guy and people actually yell that at me now.
Daily walk guy.
It's on
Yeah, I
Snapchat.
think I think what I would recommend personally, and this is what I recommend to my clients, is eat as little seeds as possible. And seeds is everything, including beans, grains, nuts, obviously seeds, legumes, soy, lentils, anything that's a
So
seed.
you know a lot about food. A
Yeah.
lot of my friends don't. So what kind of actual meals are we talking about? Like, could you break it down a little more for the dumber
Yeah.
people like my friends and I?
Just single ingredient stuff, bro. Like I don't really, if you look at what I eat, okay, people will think I'm a bit weird, but I just eat like a steak and maybe some honey or maple syrup, or make some eggs, or
I
rice
love
with
rice.
meat. Yeah, so very
I do a
simple
lot of
stuff.
wraps, rice with sausage and meat and like in a wrap. That's it.
Right.
A lot of
Yeah,
that.
as you can combine as many ingredients as you want, as long as what you bought had only one ingredient, like milk or steak, beef, chicken breast. And then you can combine it any way you like, as long as you just focus. e- I personally am not a fan of vegetables, so I don't eat a lot of vegetables, but definitely seeds, anything that's a seed, if you can just think of anything that's a seed, it's probably not necessary for you to thrive.
So I still, would never have thought in seeds. Like we don't think
Yeah.
in seed oil, but I do think in deep fried or something like that.
Yeah.
Um, but I guess so your book, How to Actually Live Longer, what are you telling people? Are you giving them kind of a map, a roadmap, or are you giving them what are you giving? I mean, obviously check the book out, but
Yeah,
like
yeah.
let's
So,
hear about it.
so this is volume one. It's going to be short series of, the books themselves will be pretty short, so people will actually read them. So volume one, I have a whole chapter on seed oils, how to protect yourself. So there's an online appendix in the book with some of the supplements I discussed. And if you're gonna be, well, you kind of in America, unfortunately, if you're gonna be out and about eating food, you're gonna be exposed to a lot of these seed oils, a lot of polyunsaturated fats. So I discuss how to protect yourself from them, including some supplements you can take, and it's mainly vitamin E. So pretty much everyone that's eating out on a regular basis, you gotta get yourself some high quality vitamin E,
So what's
natural
high
vitamin E.
quality? Because I don't know the difference between the different vitamin brands. Like, it's
Yeah.
like, is it like, and vitamin D? Like, do I want to take 2,000 a day because I'm in the winter climate? I don't know.
Well, that you see, that's why in the book appendix online, I have specific supplements that I use, and I'll send it to you, bro. Just remind me before we go today.
For sure.
Um, so yeah, the supplement thing is a minefield because there's thousands and thousands of supplements, and a lot of them are either overpriced or they have a lot of crap in them, or just they're just low quality. So that's why I give examples of what I'm talking about. So when it comes to vitamin E, it has to be extracted from, paradoxically or ironically, from seeds because they're the best sources of vitamin E. When it comes to vitamin D, man, apparently there was a miscalculation in the RDAs for that. So it could be that you need 8, 9,000 IUs per day, just to keep your levels. So I personally in the winter I take like a crap load. Like people just would look at me and like I'm slathering vitamin D on myself. That's how much I take in the winter.
And are you near the sun?
Yeah, I live in the south of Portugal, but you don't get that much sun because we still wear clothes. We're still at home a lot of the day. And obviously in the winter, you don't actually synthesize much vitamin D. So I think most people, like literally
Are deficient?
99 out of 100 should be taking vitamin D every day, probably 5,000 IUs a day or so. But it's best to check your level and always talk to your doctor or health practitioner.
So
They can advise you.
how can we check our levels of where we're at? Or just go get a blood test? Like, I just had my annual checkup with my doctor, and he said my blood pressure is a little low, so to
Huh,
drink more water. So I've got a water. Uh,
right.
I've got a huge bottle. I fill up. My friends have the water store. It's perfect, so we fill it up. But to combat that, I've been drinking tea a lot at night
Yeah.
because it's full of water, right? Does that work? Even though it's tea now, and you said it treats it like whatever. I put some milk in, I put one sugar, or I put honey,
Yeah,
depending on
I
what's
mean
left.
that's totally fine. I think this thing with drink more water is it's kind of just such a it's a one-liner.
Well, my
Sugar
doctor
causes
specifically
diabetes.
said it about my blood pressure. It was a little low, so maybe I should drink
Yeah.
some more water. And I'm like, okay, I can
So
handle that.
so you went to the doctor early in the morning. Had you eaten yet?
Well, when we did the blood pressure, it was at 130.
Okay, so you had eaten, yeah?
I don't think I had because I
You hadn't
hadn't
eaten
got
all day?
well, I got up at like 11.
Okay. And you hadn't eaten yet.
No.
Okay, because I mean, with the blood pressure, you can't really take it as a once-off reading and say your pleasure. You can't generalize, because your blood pressure is changing constantly, right? So it's
What's a
and
good number? If say I go to the have a meal, go
yeah.
for a walk, I'm rested up, I go to the pharmacy, I sit down and just want to do a check. I'm relaxed. I wait a few minutes, catch my breath. What's a level I'm looking to hit?
I mean, generally 130, 120 to 130 over 80 or over 70 is kind of the considered normal. So that I don't know. To be honest with you, I think this blood pressure thing, it's a little bit, they overemphasize it. And at the end of the day, they're just trying to get your blood pressure medication at the end, usually to lower it, right? So I'm not exactly, to be honest, I've probably measured my blood pressure like 5 times in my life. I don't care what it is. You understand?
Well, I'm concerned because the females in my family apparently sometimes have been diagnosed as having more high blood pressure. We have to watch it or whatever. And then my grandma lived into 105. So I mean,
That's amazing.
she was Estonian, very, very strong woman, made it through the
That's awesome.
war, 1916 to 2004. 21, I believe,
Wow,
February.
that's
Yeah.
incredible. So you
Health
got
me
the
was amazing.
longevity, dude. Having the longevity genes is the half the battle. It's the most of the battle, right?
Well, I'm 75. I think I'm doing okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Nike.
What I think is really important is the liver flush. So I have a course on that, but you can go on, anyone can go online and type in liver flush, how to do, how to um the liver flush is probably one of the most game-changing things for health. So basically, if you can learn, actually I'm doing one tonight. So I just drank a bunch of Epsom salts, which means when we get off this call, I'm gonna be prepping for my flush. You drink some Epsom salts, you drink some malic acid. It's a little bit of a process, but if you can start doing that once a month for a few months at least, or a couple of times a year, I think that's such a game changer, especially if you've had a history of partying, drinking, eating less than ideal food. Definitely, most people, I think most Americans' livers are pretty congested. So if you can start this is one of the best longevity practices. I'm going to talk about that in the next book.
I'm interested in knowing how to get rid of the bags under my eyes.
That's why I said it. That's why I said it, because bags and dark circles under the eyes, there's multiple reasons why they could be the case, but it's often a sign of liver congestion. That's why I mentioned it. But I didn't
Me,
want to.
strangely though, here's something that you may not have considered: genetics. I met a cousin of mine in California, and when they said hi, we both had the same bags under our eyes and started kind of
Wow.
laughing about it.
Well, here's the thing, right? So it it could be genetic, it could be hereditary, right? Which is not the same thing. But the reason we should not chalk it up to genetics is because that gives away our power, first of all. But second of all, people that, obviously your cousin is in a different place, right? But people that live in the same home, they share the same environment. So,
That's why we
let
thought this was, Los Angeles to Ontario, completely different environment,
it,
right? Why do we have the same
exactly.
bags under our eyes? Is do
It,
we eat like shit?
but your cousin, so you share, so your parents share the same parent, right?
This was
That,
actually like a third or cousin,
oh
not very
shit.
close, but
Who-
we just have relatives who seem to have this sort of look, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I don't know. It could be coincidence, could be similar things you're doing, but okay,
Maybe
maybe.
not.
Maybe you never know. Yeah. But the liver flush, bro, you really look, I can give you access to my course, uh, so you can learn how to do it. It's super easy.
I've done
You
a
do it.
cleanse before with a lady named Nikki Hardin. She's really good.
Mhm.
I think she's in Hawaii now. But yeah, I
Awesome.
was really happy with the results after I was dating this girl from Finland and we both did the course together in 2014. And like the before and afters, like we were ripped. Like it
Nice.
was like a 21-day cleanse and I just was like, wow, and I just felt good. Got rid of all
How
the
old are
like
you now?
48.
48.
I
Yeah,
skateboard. I when I said 75, I'm
I know.
1975.
Oh, okay, okay.
That's my joke.
Nice. Yeah,
Uh
yeah.
but I like I said, I walk every day. I was in California for 13 years too. That really helped.
Nice.
And I don't really drink. Like I stopped drinking about 12, 13 years ago but now that I'm in Simcoe County, it kind of a lot of pressure to drink here. And you find you
Mm,
drink like I was getting to the point where I'd do like two or three drinks at the bar and I'm just pissing away money, not even getting, I haven't been hungover in years.
yeah.
I have partied a few times, made some idiot decisions once here and there. So I've decided to completely cut out alcohol. I haven't drank all of February, all of March.
Awesome.
Still haven't drank. I won't be drinking anymore. I run karaoke at a bar. I'm happy to just drink water and sing. I have no
Nice.
problem with marijuana, but I don't want to do it wrong.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, good choices. Again though, the liver cleanse, man, like I said, I'm doing one tonight because my kid, my wife are away for a few days visiting family. So I'm like, I'm just gonna just use this time to, catch up on some work, but just to self-care, bro. Self-care. If we, especially men, we don't do enough of that, right? We we overwork, or we over, like I could sit in this chair for like literally for 3 hours and not move unless I have to go to the bathroom, and that's not healthy. But that's kind of the male drive. Sometimes you have to get the project done, and it's not good. We have to learn to take better care of ourselves, even like things like just basic stuff, right? So um just before bed, having a bit of a routine, maybe some stretching, turning down the lights, maybe getting some red LED light bulbs. They're cheap. They last for, thousands of hours. Just having more red light instead of blue light in your rooms
I
before
have
you
a
fall
red
asleep.
light in my bedroom right now.
Do you use it?
It's the only light I have,
Perfect. There you go.
but I have no idea that that was good.
That is good.
Why is that good?
It's good because the red light doesn't disturb your circadian rhythm as much as blue light, like the LEDs, the standard LEDs. They suppress melatonin production in your pineal gland. You're basically giving your body the signal that it's during the day, so it's not. See, we're physiological beings. It's not like we don't in nature we don't go to bed because it's 10 o'clock at night. It's because the darkness makes us sleepy, you know. It's kind of the natural ebb and flow of life is what drives us, you know, to do things. Yeah.
Very interesting. All right, so how can we takeaways from this? What's some things that I could have my audience really, aside from getting your book and reading it, but like maybe actually like things they can do on a daily basis, or like just things like shop the perimeter, not the inside, things like that. Like, what are some tips you got? Maybe any little ideas that you could throw our way? And if not, just
Sure. Sure. So, I would recommend save instead of buying vegetables, save your money and buy higher quality meat and animal products. So if you can get organic, pasture, this kind of stuff, save your money on the veg. It's not that important. And maybe even I would rather if I only had like limited funds, I would just buy meat, cheese, honey, these kind of things. So that's, I think, I would probably say that food quality is incredibly important, especially in the USA right now. The food supply is pretty deteriorated all around the world. But what I can do for your listeners is um, if you follow me on Instagram, Christian_Jordanov or Christian Jordanov, and just message me, say Aaron or musicians. What's the name of the podcast
the
again?
Musician's
Musicians in.
Insider, it's right there.
Yeah, yeah.
My
Yeah.
TV
So
turned
just
off.
just follow me on Instagram, send me a DM, you know, I heard you doing a book giveaway, and I will send you a digital copy of the book, and there will be the link to the supplements, and all the tips are in the book. So that will kind of, you can browse through it and just get the basic gist of it. But I think what's important is I argue against low carb diets and I argue against fasting, right? So I actually, for longevity, I don't recommend fasting, ketogenic diets, keto diets, low carb diets. A lot of the stuff I think it's been overblown by the media, and it's actually doing more harm than good for most people. So that's kind of, there's a lot there to unpack. So if you're interested, you can get the book for free. Just follow me on Instagram, shoot me a DM, and I'll send you a copy of the book.
That's awesome. Yeah, I really appreciate that. And I think it's like I said, no matter what you're doing, like you can't be there for your fans if you're not healthy. You got to
Yeah,
really focus on your health first in any industry or whatever you're doing in life. Like if you want to be there for your kids, you want to help your teams out. So very interesting
exactly.
stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna probably get going soon because I need to go on my health walk, which I put off so I could have this interview. And then I
Thank
was
you.
thinking, oh, I get to go now, but and not sit in this chair. I do my best not to spend too much time in one spot. I'm lucky I can dictate my own sort of schedule as well.
That's good.
Um, every Friday right now we're recording music, so there's that.
That's awesome. That's
Trying to make
awesome.
it happen. Do you have anything coming up aside from this book? I guess volume two, any other projects as well, or any other books or any other industries?
Yeah, I'm actually working on a gut self-healing course at the moment, so that's what I've been recording the last couple of days. So, and then I'll probably do some more work for the autism side of things. There's a lot that needs to be done. There's a lot of people that need help. So, non-stop here, bro. Too many ideas, not enough time.
Well, you sound like you're really onto something here. So I will definitely do my best to pay more attention to health and thank you for your time with this today. I really appreciate it,
Thank
Christian.
you, Aaron.
Thanks for coming today on the Musicians Insider. I'm Cronus. It's been wonderful. Thanks very much. That's pretty amazing. Let's check the audio here. Test. Check 1, 2. Oh, I got to use this. Check 1, 2.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, we can hear it. It's fine.
Check the furnace. I don't know what that. You're recording on that.
Great. Awesome. Well, this is a very special edition of the Musicians Insider from Ottawa, Canada, here at the studio, the home studio of none other than Andrew LaMarche. Andrew and I played in a band called Thermocline back in 2000, and that lasted for a couple years, and that was kind of my first foray into professional music with real musicians, and he was definitely experienced and taught me a lot. Now I've been in LA. I'm back in Ottawa visiting my friends, and I wanted to catch up with Mr. LaMarche and find out what's been new. And seeing this home studio, it shows me you've been up to a heck of a lot. So I guess the first question I'm going to ask you is, what band are you playing with currently, or which bands are you playing with currently, and when was your last show before the pandemic?
Oh God, yeah, like the whole pandemic thing. I keep trying to remember when the last show was. It was probably in March of 2020, and then me and the family, we went on vacation to Mexico just as everything was happening, and then we were supposed to come home for a few days. Then I was supposed to go to Honduras with David Gogo in the band and do a week of dates. So while we were in Mexico in March, it all got deferred to another year, which was supposed to be this past year, which is now going to be next year. So yeah, the last time played a real live gig in front of an audience was probably March 2020. Since then done about 2 live stream shows with Rainwater Whiskey, which is the country band I play with. We do a lot of stuff, and playing with now, still play with Robert Farrell Band.
Oh wow, that's a long time.
Rainwater Whiskey, David Gogo, sessions from here all the time, just recording tracks for people.
And in Ottawa, what's the rehearsal complex around here? Is there one anymore? We used to all go to the park. But
Yeah, there are.
Is there a scene?
Luckily, I haven't had to go anywhere except for here to rehearse with anyone. A lot of the gigs I've done are no rehearsal gigs either. So it's, prepping in advance.
Charts.
Going out. Yeah. I chart everything.
Randy Cook could be proud.
Yeah.
So that's really cool. I guess so, thinking about that, going back, so we played together 20 years ago now. This was June 4th, was the 20th anniversary of the release of the 3-song CD from Thermocline.
Was it?
Yeah, because we had that party at Nescaleros that you couldn't come to for some reason.
Yeah.
And we were waiting for you to show up, and then we just played the song at midnight or something. And
I think I was in the UK, right, with Artificial Joy Club.
Yeah.
But did I make it to that party?
I have no idea. I
think
no.
I did later.
I can't remember. You're like the guest of honor.
Oh yeah, great. Make me the guest of honor.
Well, at the time, I'd been in a few bands, but nothing real. The drummer of Artificial Joy Club signed to Interscope Records. This big guys coming in. We're playing. Like they used to say to me, Graham and Jason, Jason R.I.P. But Jason and Graham were our friends and our band members then. And Graham would say to me, and Jason too would say, Artificial Joy Club, $5,000. Practice. Like that was their thing, to like make you practice. Like we spent his money on those guys.
Wait, you didn't pay me that much.
Well, we were spending $5,000 on the studio.
Okay.
On distortion
at the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I remember that, because I forget how
Jay Rustin probably told you about the gig.
Possibly, yeah. Like I forget how we connected, And
He definitely said we need to get Andrew. Like
Yeah.
it was him for sure. Because
Yeah.
I think he like wanted you on it than anyone else.
Yeah. I just recently listened back to the -1 album that we did, the Thermocline -1 album.
Trippy. It's good.
It's like it sounds good. And that was all Jay Rustin too on that, producing and mixing and everything. And it's a really good sounding record.
I'm sad that project is over, but I'm probably gonna play a few songs live in my show. I was thinking of a couple. I mean, it's funny because the single Vacant Lot, like I still don't really know what that's about. Do you remember in the studio when we wrote that song, like Graham asked me what the title was and I just said Vacant Lot because I came up with the riff, but I had no idea what it was about. And he wrote all the lyrics about something completely different. Like Vacant Lot has nowhere in the song.
Yeah,
I
don't recall.
I thought he did a great job. It just at the same time, it's hard to reproduce. Like I can't karaoke that song if I tried.
Right. Yeah, there was, I mean, and thinking back at the time, I mean, I remember whatever guitar effects unit you were using then. And then I think whatever Roland Octopad I had at the time, probably just like the SPD 30 or something.
You had the Octopad because you were doing the intro on that 6 MIDI drums pads you had. Or
yeah,
eight,
and
Octopad,
those were all stock sounds in the Roland. And I think we just would mess around with stuff. And then that's where stuff started from.
I love that sound. I love the Octopad intro. That was really fun. I remember like when you did that, and like when we played that Edwin gig, I wish you would have been there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, we go out, we played Sonic Blonde first. I remember turning my guitar up backstage. There's 5,000 people there. Now, normally we would go on early, but there was a delay. There was a screw up. They had to cancel Philip Says. He didn't even get to play after sound checking. We go on right before Edwin and it's 9 o'clock almost, dark. I think it was like 8:30. I turned my guitar up backstage and they just all started screaming. It was like the craziest thing ever. And it was kind of good for us members without you because you were like, I'd already done that. None of us had ever had a crowd like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of good for us three. We had Butch playing drums on it. And
yeah.
Rogers filmed it and the audio got so messed up by Rogers. Like I have a video cassette that they gave to me and the audio, it sounds like someone like cross pan things, unplugged things during this whole set. It's awful. But the second song in, the bass amp went out and we had to play Barfly acoustic until we figured out something. And then we played the rest of the song. So it was kind of like, it was a nightmare.
Things go wrong. Do you remember there was one of the later gigs we did? It was, I think, in Ottawa, and we were opening for somebody. And
Wide Mode
shared
Mason?
drum kit. No, it wasn't the Wide Mode Mason.
Because I got a car accident on the way to that one.
All the stories now.
I know, I'm just thinking about
but whatever band it was, I went through the bass drum head.
Their bass drum head.
Yes, it was shared drum kit. We were opening, and the headliners kit. I think we were like 2 or 3 songs in, and I went right through the bass drum head.
I remember that, but I was like so in guitar land that I was just like, I got to keep this going. I don't remember like what it was though. Was it at Barrymore's?
I don't recall.
So funny. Man,
might have been at like Zaphod's 2 or something. Remember when which was down?
Oh, so that was Ian
Block
playing with Ian, opening for the blues guy. We opened.
Oh yeah, was that Ian Moore, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
that's got to be it.
I remember that.
And then I think like that same week, Kitty and Disturbed and one of those other bands with that lineup, I forget who it was playing at Zaphod's 2. It's like the craziest bands at Zaphod's 2.
Yeah.
I remember I met the singer Morgan and she gave me a guitar pick for doing this. I took her into Barrymore's and said, you need to know this is where you should have played. Took her to the room. She saw the room and said, what the fuck? I'm like, wow. That was what, sorry, Eugene, but that was going on.
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot of stuff like that, like
so
back
funny.
At the time too. I mean, and it's amazing to think that it's that long ago now.
Well, for me, I've been saying this to my friends, like now finally technology's here where I can do what I wanted to do. Like I didn't trust what we were doing unless I had Andrew Lamarche running an ADAT. I didn't trust, but what was going to come on through the speakers.
Yeah.
So now I run it and I use a MIDI fighter to hit play.
Yeah.
And the drummer, he gets a click. He's not hitting play.
And thinking about the technology change, because we had tracks for some songs.
We were ahead of the curve.
At first, I started with, before I started playing with you guys, but like using DAT tapes live, then using ADATs live.
And the VCR live, because the video syncs up to the audio track. You told me all about that.
And then doing, I remember when I got a DR4, the hard disk machine. That's
and then
what
the DR8.
Used. Yeah, that's what we used. And then now just all the stuff that you can do, yeah, with Ableton
Well,
and
with the -1 sessions, remember we had to simply connect the DR4 to the 24 track 2-inch tape, and Jay did that. And then when he was rewinding it, I'm like, I like that sound, and I made him sample it, and we put it in Superstar, like the.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Oh, see, I
Oh,
don't
you were in the
remember that.
room probably hitting the drums, not hearing
No,
that.
probably. I miss everything.
Oh man, it's been some time. But I still haven't had the opportunity to get into a real tour. I've just been waiting for that to happen. We've really only done those 401 tours, in
Yeah,
Canada.
yeah.
I mean, I spent the last 10 years in LA just developing a sound, but let's talk about you more. So we see each other at NAMM every once in a while. Tell me a little bit about what you discovered at NAMM that I maybe not have heard about, or that our listeners and my viewers might actually want to hear about. Anything cool that you found at NAMM? Like, I know you're a gear guy and you've got all these crazy stories. I'm just thinking of something that NAMM wise.
I don't know. I mean, I like my brands. Like, I've been with Pearl Drums since 2001, and Sabian cymbals as long as I can remember.
The hand hammered ones.
These are all hand hammered here.
See, that's the thing. Right? Hand hammered.
And it's walking around NAMM, seeing all this stuff. I don't even know anymore. It's just there's so much stuff. Because I think once you find what you use, you stick with it. Technology wise, I mean, I use all Persona stuff that I've been using for the last couple of years, and then I use Ableton when I'm doing tracks and backing tracks and things like that.
Is there like a Phil Collins drum solo album coming out soon?
No, that'll never happen for me. Like, I'm so
not creative,
straightforward. Well, on certain days, but it's just so straightforward. Like, I just like the song, and it's not really about me at all in any way.
I like that. Well, do you play instruments aside from drums? Like, what are your melody life like?
No, I wish I played guitar. I really do.
Interesting.
I'm envious of guitar players. I wish I played guitar. The one thing I wish I could do is sing. I can't sing to save my life.
Well, a lot of people don't know that, so at least you do.
Yeah.
And I've questioned my vocals. Like, when I was in Thermocline, I was a guitar player, backup singer, and like I always nailed my vocals, but I wasn't singing 15 parts. I was singing 3 parts. Like, it was like easy. So you come in and nail them. But you know what? I took that to heart, and I've taken vocal training from a lot of places and really rehearsed. And in my Ableton session, I actually programmed in a vocal warm up that me and the other people in my band right now are singing before we go on.
Yeah, I mean, that's again like how things change. And I mean, growing up, I remember recording songs off the radio with a cassette deck, and then when you got the dual cassette deck and you could bounce stuff, and it's just,
and you wouldn't really think about degradation. You'd just be like, copy it. Oh, copy it. It's not a copy. It's a lesser copy every time you do it.
And recording off the radio,
to start with, right?
And that was how we learned stuff. And then I'm older than you, but I mean, I remember that. It would just be like,
but I was an early technical kid. Like, I was writing programs on the Atari 400 in 1982.
Wow.
Like, typing them in from a book, saving them, and then editing them to so I could play the car game and have more lives. But I was doing that in 83, maybe 82, like,
wow,
maybe 84. I mean, I can't remember, but it was like before I was 8.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
nerdy,
a little nerdy.
Well, that's okay. Yeah. I mean, it's good to have the technology side of this stuff down, but I'll tell you, like, the amount of time I spend on YouTube trying to figure stuff out every once in a while, just mostly with video editing, I think. And that's the thing these days, is you can do everything yourself. So it's like, okay, I kind of know how to record. Do I know how to mix? Not really, but I get by. And
I absolutely 100% don't mix any of my own stuff ever, because I'm not mixing for other people all the time.
Yeah.
Therefore, I know that it's going to suck, and I'm not going to even try. And I've had the problem where it's too bad. I've been in some bands like where I had a really amazing band member who basically wrote all the songs and produced it all and mixed it all. But I was like, can we use one of our insert friends' names here to mix for it? And it was like, no, I need to do it. And then afterwards, it's like, why didn't we let that guy do it? Because now he's working with blah. It's like, thanks.
I mean, that's what happens. I mean, and I like doing stuff myself just to figure it out. It doesn't mean I want to do it for anyone else.
What are you into, like, musically lately?
Okay, well, let me say this, is that I've spent so much time over the years learning songs on a week to week basis for gigs I was doing or sitting in for, or just, doing tracks for people where I'm charting out songs, is that the only time I was really listening to music was when I was driving. And lately I got Sirius XM, I have Spotify, I have Apple Music, all that stuff. So I kind of dig, and this I don't
You
know
digging
who
a
I'm
grave
saying
with
this
this
out
one?
loud, but man, that I love when I'm at home doing stuff is putting the Yacht Rock channel on
And
Sirius XM.
what are some of the songs?
I like just all songs you've heard before. There's always like some Michael McDonald's and some Toto and some. It's kind of like
If you're partying on a boat,
70s,
what you want to hear.
80s groovy stuff. Like I dig it.
I'm just glad you didn't say like something like weird, like Taylor Swift, and that was it. Although you do like her, I know it's okay.
I don't even know if I ever listened to a full album.
All
Like a
right,
couple
so move
songs
on
here
from
and there.
that.
Yeah.
But Yacht Rock, I love it.
Yeah, and so I don't know why it just happened one day, and I just always keep listening. I just pop on the Yacht Rock when we're hanging out, and um I put it when I'm driving. I'll put on like the new rock Spotify playlist every week, see what's going on. But definitely I prefer the heavier side of music, even though no band I've ever played in is heavy.
I thought Superstar was kind of heavy when we did that.
Yeah, I mean that
It was so wimpy though in the end, like in a weird way. Superstar has like the potential to be heavy.
I remember,
was fun.
grooving that one. It had some good grooves on it and stuff. So yeah.
I still want to do the middle of Adrenaline's Dead.
Yeah, it's been a while since I listened to that whole album, but yeah, I mean, I know when I listened back, when I did just hear bits of it a little while ago, I was like, I've recorded on a lot of stuff that I've never even heard, but then, recording on stuff from that long ago, I've forgotten. But when I listen back, it's just, I'm surprised myself sometimes with some of the stuff I played.
And also how much you remember. Like it brings you back in the room. Like this is
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
Even sitting here with you, like I remember, like it just feels like yesterday, kind of.
Yeah.
It's like crazy.
Remember we used to rehearse in your basement?
Yeah. I had the basement and I was like trying to do this, but it was way tighter. And it was definitely, we had a neighbor, and there was like other issues with that. And now it's come full circle,
Yeah.
So interestingly, so I have a song, I think you played drums on it, Star Above Me.
That was a while ago, right?
1999.
I think it's in my iTunes library.
Now, what happened? I saw Andy at Steve's Music downtown.
Yeah.
And I said, "Hey, how you doing?" And he's like, "Remember that song?" He's like, "Oh yeah."
Oh, nice.
So he played on it. So we redid it.
Oh, did you?
On the record.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and it's called "The Stars Above Your Eyes."
Yeah.
But when I wrote that, like the lyrics were like, "I'm gonna sell your story into glory and ride away. Sometimes you will say you're sorry, or someday you will say you're sorry, dazedly."
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of like, I was kind of writing it to some of the band members we were Thermocline at the time, like in a way, because I was kind of butting heads with Jay a bit.
Mm-hmm.
So it was kind of frustrating me at the time, and I just needed to do a song without him telling me what to do and without waiting for Graham to sing it or write it.
Right.
But Graham wasn't involved. He had no reason to be involved in that song because it was like a song I had written, right?
Yeah.
So, and then eventually we did that song with Steve singing it.
Okay. Yeah.
So that was kind of weird, right?
Yeah.
After Graham left. So when I came to Ottawa on Friday, I drove up. And I didn't tell anyone I was coming here because when I post this, I'll already be back home. That way no one breaks into my house and takes all my TVs. But point being is when I drove by here, I drove by Green Bank and I looked I'm like, oh wow, this is the spot. And I'm listening to, like, I had the album on because we were practicing. We were going to do a jam. It was right at A Star Above Me during the it was right during those lyrics. When I drove by that area and I looked over, I saw Jason's building.
Right.
And I saw it, and I just kind of like, wow, it kind of hit me really for a second.
Yeah. I every time I drive out there, same thing, memories come back. And
so fucked
like
up, man. We had a bass player who committed suicide in 2001. We did 2 what do you call it, benefit concerts annually for it, and we raised a bunch of money for suicide prevention. But it was pretty tragic and painful and devastating. Like, it was the end of that band eventually. But our singer had left the band 3 weeks earlier. but I mean, I'm not here to talk about it, but Jason Young was a great friend, a great guy. And I just, it's too bad he cut life short at 30, and we don't really, I want to talk about, good things in life. And I'm very, very about, if someone has a depressed thoughts, you want to make sure you get them to call a suicide hotline. I'll make sure I put a number up here. I think it's really important to look out if you see warning signs in your friends and things like that. But I also felt like I wrote another song called Divine Episode about that.
Okay.
And you haven't heard that, because
No.
me and my buddy Gab from my hometown played drums on that. We did that in Smiths Falls with Tim Greencorn.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And that was more of a therapy thing
Cool,
for
cool.
me. It was so weird. I'll let you hear that sometime. I'm not sure if I'm going to release it. It was more about getting it done. I originally took that song and then redid it and called it 6 Girls Ago over Beautiful Prozac Child.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Which you'll
Nice.
recognize it. I think I might have made you hear it one year. So there's a lot of weird shit that I had to just get out. Like I did a cover of Satriani's Summer Song
Oh, nice.
on my
Cool,
album,
cool, cool.
and I negotiated with their attorneys to do a 3/4 mechanical royalty licensing rate. And I was just talking to Jack about this today. Like, what was the point of that? Well, it cost me about $2,000-3,000 to make it so that when I pressed 1,000 CDs, it cost me $200 instead of $300.
Yeah. Oh.
But I was learning the stuff. I thought that was really neat. So there we are. But I appreciated your quest for gear all along. Like when we were trying to figure things out, there was a point where after Thermal Climb was kind of ending or whatever, and then I got laid off in Nortel. I was playing with my friend Jack in the cover band. We were
Right.
playing at Casino de Lac Lemay, and we were just doing covers and getting paid for it. And that was really fun. But just to like suddenly learn covers and be and play music for money, I've never done that before.
Yeah. I mean, I dig doing cover gigs. I don't mind at all.
I never had the time, really.
Yeah. And I
When you have a
totally
real
understand that.
Nortel type job, right?
Yeah.
But I'm lucky. I managed to keep the ability to work remotely. The pandemic's given me the ability to come home and start and do things.
Yeah, which is great.
So what has the pandemic allowed you to do that you wouldn't have been able to do? Or are you the same from it?
I don't even know. It's everything just every day is a blur, like doing stuff, not doing stuff. There's always things to do. I'm always learning. I'm always figuring stuff out. I think that's my downfall, is I get too curious about how things work and things like that, and look at new gear and
Well, I mean, one thing I think I've learned is hire the right people when it's necessary. Like, I love my sound guy. Shout out to AJ. Thank you so much for all your help.
Yeah,
like,
AJ, I don't know.
And you want to, though. It's like a Matt LaMarche, another Matt LaMarche, and you know him well.
Who's my brother?
Shout out to Matt. Miss you, Matt. So the thing is like when you have people that can just solve problems, like existential problems about your gear.
And having that network of people that knows about stuff is so helpful.
Well, I wouldn't have bought an Apollo if I didn't have someone who explained it to me. And it's like, you need this, you need that. Now that I'm like, we solved the problem that like normally, like I had a rehearsal yesterday and it would have been a nightmare for us to figure out on our own, but I had someone who was able to do this. And like literally from the car, I wrote down the instructions on the phone that he said, got to the studio, set it all up, and it sounds perfect.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I'm like, how the hell? So just using the right people, doing the stems properly, making sure your like stuff is mixed down. And for the NFT stuff, if you're doing projects with people, make sure you start to get more stems so that you can include them. Like, say you have a release of an album and you're part of some group or you're doing something, you want to make sure that there's some sort of NFT that goes out with it that includes like, certain mixes and extra stuff and like different takes, like it's almost like an album now. It's
you have to
extras.
You have to explain all that.
Well, I don't know it. I've been just talking about it on the podcast. I've had a couple people on, and one of the resources that my friend Catfish Comstock, shout out, he's got a new record coming out. Make sure you do the pre-save, everyone. But yeah, he's got he was saying go to nfts.tips on Clubhouse.
Okay.
Listen to that. You have Clubhouse invite.
Sure.
So Clubhouse is an app on the
spot.
iPhone that a lot of people are using. Twitter has Twitter rooms now.
Okay. Yeah.
It's very similar to that. And I can send you an invite. I have like 2 left. But once you get an invite, I think you get a couple every few weeks.
Oh, okay.
But it's basically you can go in and listen and you can put your hand up if you want to talk, but you won't be able to speak for the first little bit, kind of like, people coming in, whatever. But it's a very cool way to discuss things. But nfts.tips is a place to go to learn about NFTs. And I need to go there too, because we have hopefully can put some stuff out and some merch and some new stuff soon. So
yeah,
let's see here.
Cool.
thinking about education and music, I know, like, so what have you been doing to further your drum education? Like, I know, like,
No, it makes sense. I don't know how many years ago now, a few years back, I did a Berkeley online drums specialist certificate. So it was like 4 courses, had some great teachers like Rod Morgenstein and Yoran Israel, Jim Payne.
and so can you just, for my listeners and for me, tell me where they're known from or what their
Well, Rod
drummers?
Morgenstein, like Dixie Drags, Steve Morris, Winger.
And Steve Morris is an Ernie Ball artist. Shout out to Ernie Ball, my favorite guitar company, aside from the Canadian Godin guitars for acoustics are my Canadian friends, and for strings, you know.
Yeah, there you
Ernie
go.
Ball for strings. But
Yeah.
Steve Morris was
Yeah.
one of those guys. I
And
met him last name.
yeah, and Yoran Israel is one of the Berkeley instructors, and Jim Payne, which I have his book over there, the funk drumming book that I use.
Get up, and I'm not
This
tethered
is a really
to
old book.
anything. Oh, I just took all your
Oh, it's okay.
secret stuff, the funk. So
Yeah.
who's this?
It's Jim.
The funk drumming book.
Yeah, that's a great book. He has a bunch of books, so doing that. So I mean, just things like that. Like I've got stacks of drum books. Unfortunately, don't practice as much as I would like to.
So what would you practice if you had the time?
I go through that. I'll open one of my drum books up and just start hacking away at stuff. And I mean, I have an electronic kit that you can't see from this angle, but I'll just come down and hit them, and read through some stuff and play along with stuff.
Will you sometimes like put Ozzy on and play along to like No More Tears or Crazy Train or fun stuff like that?
You know
or
what? I did that when I was, 13, 14.
Have you done it lately? It's probably going to be fun.
I play.
Might need to do that.
I do play along with songs that I'm learning. But yeah, when I'm listening, have Sirius on or the radio on, and you hear an old song like that, like Ozzy, No More Tears or something. It's like, oh yeah, I should go jam with that. And I never do it.
I
to.
implore you to do that one of these days and throw it up on your channel. You get more hits than you do.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You want to get more hits on your website from the
That's
SEO
right.
guy? Get those fun songs on.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? And it's
what's your website? Andrew LaMarche. What is it?
AndrewLamarche.com.
AndrewLaMarche.com right there.
Yeah. There you go. Are you going to put it across the screen?
I'll put it there as well.
Oh,
and
wait,
there.
we'll put it there. Yeah, every once in a while I will just, listen to some tunes and play away, like songs I've never heard, like just put it on some Sirius XM channel, stream it through my headphones and play along.
So what I'm kind of doing, because I have probably a couple records still to write, is thinking about maybe that song still works somewhere. That's where I'm still at. I'm still digging for songs that I've done. Like you're going to make some money someday because I'm going to pull a Thermocline song, has your writing on it. I'm going to be like, this is going to be used for this album, and you get a writing if it works. And you'll be like, I hope you sell 1 million records.
Good. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I hope everyone I ever worked with sells 1 million or more records.
But that's one thing I like to do. So do you have any advice for new artists? Because especially drummers or people that haven't tried drumming and may want to drum.
Well, what I know from what I've found out is you can learn pretty much anything these days for next to nothing. Just YouTube, people on YouTube and all that stuff. I do pay for a couple courses here and there that I'll do that I intend to do that I never get to. And I mean, that's just, it's life nowadays, with everything, with the home life and running around, and you need groceries and you need this and you need that. Like it just.
What about automatic ordering? Your fridge orders your groceries for you and more time to practice?
Well, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm all about the online ordering stuff. And
you got to talk to Scobalizer. He was my first guest.
Yeah.
Watch that podcast.
Okay.
He's up your alley of automation. No privacy anymore.
No, not at all.
Like the sensors in your car use AI to see where your mouth is, so it knows where to put the audio, so it can pull it from.
Well, if you have a good car.
Those are the Teslas. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like my car though, but we won't be here talking about cars.
No,
I'm waiting to get stamina number 2.
I know nothing about cars, just so you know.
What are you driving?
A Nissan Xterra 2014. totally dig that truck. That's my second Xterra. They don't make them anymore, but yeah, it's the same thing as technology goes. It's like now my 2014 that had like the touch screen and is so out of date. And
That's funny. It's an old touchscreen.
it
like
is,
so
yeah.
bad.
Like, so there's no Apple CarPlay. It's just like a touch screen. And
What about the electric Ford F-150?
well, as long as you can move gear if I ever need to.
The Lightning.
That's what I need.
Until it runs out of battery power.
I don't know. I don't know if anyone's ever talked about this, but I think about that in terms of traveling to gigs when we're all in electric vehicles. And I mean, touring Canada, for example, where some of your drives are 12 hours.
That's why you
or
don't buy the
more.
vehicles, you lease them, and they just send
Yeah.
you a new one if there's a problem.
No, but I'm talking about like
How does that?
electric only. How do you do a 12-hour drive? Like, how long do electric vehicles last?
About
on
4
one
hours.
charge? So if you have a 12-hour drive to get to a gig,
You got to stop and charge and eat and sleep,
right? Yeah.
Do you really
has,
drive 12
no one
hours?
has time for that. Like, drive, go.
right? I don't
Get
know.
there.
Well, I think the idea is to have it when you drive along the road, it charges your vehicle.
Right. That is true. Yeah.
See, that's the
didn't
way
think
I
about
like to
that.
think, but I don't see it happening.
See, I really know nothing about this stuff.
And the real hoverboards are just drones you stand on, right? Flying
yeah,
car,
makes
the
sense.
flying car. I think Larry Page or someone from Google invented the first flying car. It's just a giant drone that they're driving.
Oh, okay.
You think
yeah,
about
yeah,
it, like
Yeah.
drones are pretty
Oh,
rad.
man. See, now this makes me feel so much like a dinosaur because of all the stuff I don't know or can't keep up with.
I should have brought you a hoverboard. I used to work at the Swagtron for a bit. The
Yeah.
electric hoverboard agency people. Oh man, electric skateboards, a lot of fun. I would go to skate parks and bring all their gear, and then like next thing you know, like when there's pros and stuff, you go there and like they all want to try it.
Oh,
And
wow.
now they're
yeah.
Instagramming themselves on
Yeah.
your stuff, and thousands of people are
Well,
seeing it.
that I missed out on that skateboarding era, but it sounds super cool.
Skateboarding was. I broke my arm twice this year.
This year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I will not be skateboarding for at least a year. And when I am, I'm going to be very careful because I'd rather play guitar than skateboard. But what happened the second time was I wasn't able to take weight on it yet. I thought I could.
Mhm.
Kind of like right now, if I fall on it, it could break because I just healed it. But we won't be worried about that because we'll be careful. But we run skateboard camp at Burning Man.
Oh,
For last
cool. That's neat.
since well, I don't run it. I'm part of the team that runs it when I can. I
Yeah.
love the people. They all work really hard. When I'm injured, I can't do as much. But in general, the guys work hard. They do great stuff. I think there's going to be an awesome crew there this year. But since it's not officially happening, I don't want to be part of the bring your own porta party. I'm
Yeah,
sure
it
they're having
sounds
an
like
amazing
no
time.
fun.
I'm just in Canada, not going. But that was what I was going to bring up. That was where I kind of got into EDM.
Okay.
Was that scene?
Yeah.
Going to festivals. Actually, I went to Coachella, which is not Burning Man, not like Burning Man, but I went to Coachella in 2011, and that's where actually my friend Laura, who runs the is just an amazing Ableton trainer and performer. She had been doing something with Kanye West and asked me to like kind of film it and stuff. I ended up giving like as much footage as I could, but it wasn't like we were so whacked out at that party for 3 days. My mom's long lost friend's son was in a band from UK called Left Field who were playing, and they were amazing.
Yeah.
And they were playing with a band called The Presets, who I'd gotten into some of their stuff, and we were like, wow, that was pretty incredible. So it was nice to connect with those guys, and they'd given us free Coachella tickets.
Nice.
Like out of nowhere.
Yeah.
But after Coachella, started going to more festivals and then Burning Man. And once you start going to the Burning Man kind of events and the EDM starts happening, you realize like it's a whole different world of like getting into the Ableton world. Because my friend Laura was a trainer, I kind of was going to those master classes and learning stuff. And I realized that the power of that was like, instead of our iPad or iPod that my drummer was using on stage, where left would go to the click and the right would be the samples.
Yeah.
Now we're able to control every instrument as we need to. And it's like we picked the right DAW, I think, to go with Ableton.
For using live, I mean, that's pretty much what a lot of people use.
But
so it's
where I
cool.
was going with that little long-winded trek into Burning Man was that I'm doing rock and EDM kind of together now. Like, and I'm curious if you've gotten into any electronic music, because I know that you're a rock guy and you know it, but you don't like, I don't see you going to EDC. So you're not going to know who Jaws is or who like Slushy and all these weirdos are from Los Angeles. You're like, well, what's A-Track? You know, what are these teams? What's that's it?
I mean, I
get her. Like, do you know any of these names?
I don't know any of the names. I mean, I do appreciate the music and the sounds and the craft that goes into
Like, do you know
it.
Bass Nectar?
No.
Okay, so you don't know any of that stuff. Okay.
No. But you know, I mean, it's I do know, you know, listening to a lot of music I hear, it's like the one thing I should do is invent a snare drum that sounds like a hand clap.
Well, you just did.
Well, I mean, I can do it with the triggers and stuff like that, but you know what I'm saying? Is it's
No,
like
I'm not a drummer. I would never, ever, ever, ever.
because I think
What about a snapping finger?
well, that's it. You know, a side stick you can do, snapping finger, you know, you probably want to use a trigger for, but it's just every song I seem to hear um is like a hand clap for the snare drum, which is cool. Like I dig it. I think it's amazing. But
This is magic. I love this. Keep going.
but it's just it's like, oh man, someone needs to make a snare drum that just sounds like a hand clap without triggering it. Just come up with something that has that sound.
What if it actually has like two mannequin hands that are like when it hits it, you're like boom.
Yeah,
Or like like you've seen the ones where you hit the
freaky.
foot pedal, like a
Yeah,
one-man band kind
yeah,
of thing.
yeah.
But I see what you're saying. You want to just, but why wouldn't you just trigger it?
Well, and that's the thing, you can't trigger it, and you can do anything.
But you can't trigger it
do
without
whatever.
power.
Right. True.
So you can't make a
Yes.
clap without actually having
Yes.
someone. You want to know how to make a clap without power, but couldn't someone just clap?
Oh, so if you're playing the drum kit and all your limbs are taken
I'm kidding.
care of, but anyway, I mean that's just all the time I think of that.
But
I'm like,
do you remember what you said to me about every song has on it? Every hit song has it. Back when, like,
triangle.
yeah, okay. So
Do you remember that?
You still say that?
I haven't really thought about it, but I mean it's always the stuff way in the background you hear. And you know, I don't know if it's every hit song.
I think
has a
what you're
triangle,
getting at
but-
is that the overly
but-
or the very highly produced songs have the time to put
yeah,
shit like
and,
that
you
in
know,
there.
like the shaking in the background and triangles and things like that. I mean, and that's I was going to say this is I think music has kind of been ruined for me over the years because whenever I listen to something, I'm just like in my mind, it's the drums with the music. Don't ask me what any lyric is. I have no clue. I'll never remember it. And that's I think now with Apple Music, if you're listening to something on your phone, the lyrics will come up. So now if I read lyrics along with listening to the songs, I hear them completely differently.
Oh, you know what did it for me? As you know, I was learning how to be a musician in the night when we were getting our thorough climb going on. I was all about my guitar as it,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
but I didn't even listen to bass.
Yeah, and I mean that's the big thing about playing drums is I'm always listening and attentive to what's going on,
But you
and
gotta lock in.
dynamics and things like that.
You're the quarterback.
But you know, I kind of I know the melodies and I know the lyrical melody. I actually don't really know any of the words. Like if you asked me to write the lyrics for some song, I would
Like Back in
never,
Black or something.
I'd never be able to do it.
Well, one of these days we'll get you a teleprompter and make you sing
Yeah.
something with it.
Well, I'm never.
It'd be
gonna
funny
sing.
to see you do karaoke though.
No, it's never gonna happen. Never gonna happen. I can guarantee that.
Well, so you never learned to sing, but you don't ever want to learn to sing.
No, I wish I
Take a vocal lesson with
could
Vicky.
sing. No,
Isles
I
or
just
something.
don't have the tone. Some people can sing, some people can't. I am the one. I am.
Well,
one that
if
can't.
tone is the issue, it could be like your voice sounds the way your head is made.
Well, that's what I
don't
mean,
know what
right?
to say.
So
Like, you don't know surgery to change your voice.
yeah, you know, like my
But I don't think you have like any non-tone. You just probably haven't experienced a good environment for singing.
well, and what's funny is yes, okay. So aside from the singing thing, if I'm playing in a band and someone is minutely out of tune vocally or instrument wise, I know immediately. Like
It's because the whole band just sounds sour for that moment. It's
but you know what I mean?
it's
Like
off.
it's like I just know every time, sometimes before other people know, but I cannot sing to save my life.
Fair enough. My vocals are I have in ears, so I can hear everything I'm doing. So
Yeah.
if I'm off, oh, I know.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I don't think I want to hear myself sing anyway.
I need to hear it, and I need it to sound like the record when I'm doing it. If I'm doing it and I know it sounds like the album because I can hear it sounding like the album
Yeah.
here, then I know
Yeah.
out front it sounds good.
Yeah.
But it used to be before I wear earplugs, hope I can hear my guitar right,
Mhm.
and just keep it as low as I can because I know it'll sound good up front. That
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
like hoping and praying. Now it's all there.
Yeah, in-ears are definitely amazing.
I'm stoked on that.
Yeah.
So video games? Did you do any video games?
No, I do not.
So what about in the old days? Were you a arcade guy? Was there a pinball? Was there anything?
Well, I mean, like in my lifetime of being around, I mean, I've had Xboxes
Okay.
and stuff like that. But yeah, I'd go through phases where I'd play for a bit and then never do it again.
No, I just some of my friends and I have been connecting online and playing
Yeah,
games again,
yeah.
and it's kind of fun to like I never had a PS4 till this year.
Oh wow,
So I'm
yeah,
playing
yeah.
Grand Theft Auto with some friends of
Yeah,
mine, and it's
yeah.
like, oh, this is awesome. You can connect with your relatives and stuff. But
Yeah.
then like other friends are all only on the Xbox, so now I have one of
Yeah.
those too, and I'm trying to just connect with people. Okay.
Yeah, no, never really my thing. I'm kind of a TV, movie, music.
Are you a Star Wars guy? Because I saw one stormtrooper upstairs, and that was it. And then everything else was
love all that
Kiss and-
stuff. I love all that stuff.
are you vintage?
Yeah. Although I really do appreciate the CGI work in the newer films. Like
Right,
they're
pretty epic.
it's just mind blowing when you see stuff. It's like, wow.
Have you seen The Force Awakens, the first 9 minutes with Dark Side of the Moon playing?
No, I have not.
It's on YouTube.
Is it?
Give it a look. It's like
Okay.
just crank it up, have it on the screen,
Yeah.
and just be like, here it is. I'll put a link to it for fun.
Oh yeah, I've never even
It's
heard
super
that.
fun. You know how they did that with Dark Side of the Moon?
Yeah, wasn't.
Oh no, wait, it's Dark Side of the Moon and Force Awakens.
Okay, but and at one point
They did it with Wizard of Oz.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. That's what I was thinking. I was
But it works with
dating
the
myself.
first 9 minutes of the Force Awakens.
Oh wow.
It's that
okay.
scene where Poe Dameron is down in there and they're like the really bad evil stormtroopers are like killing all the peasants
Yeah,
and stuff.
yeah,
It's like a pretty
I remember that
bad,
scene, yeah.
murderous, evil Star Wars, like the beginning of Star Wars where they killed his
Yeah.
parents kind of stuff. Pretty dark.
Okay, well, no, I've never heard of that or seen that. I should check that out.
There's a little tangent for
I
y'all.
yeah, I know, really. I like seeing the bloopers and things like that.
The
and-
best are Star Wars bloopers from like old movies like
Yeah.
Empire Strikes Back
Yeah.
and stuff. That was my favorite. It's the first one I ever saw.
Yeah, Empire was good.
That was so good.
Yeah, no, I dork out and nerd out on all that stuff. And and even over the last year, because been at home so much, is just getting caught up on some new shows, rewatching some shows. Like we rewatched
Dexter,
I've only watched a few.
it's
but-
coming back.
Oh,
You
is
need
it?
to watch
Okay,
it
I'll check
before it
out.
comes
I'll
back.
check it out again. But we rewatched all of Breaking Bad,
Oh, I love that. I
And
absolutely love Breaking
Better
Bad,
Call Saul.
and I'm waiting for that to finish coming out again. I
that's-
absolutely
that's
love Better
great.
Call
I
Saul.
love all that stuff. And then I mean, I've watched all the Walking Dead and Fear of the Walking Dead. And,
I only watched Walking Dead, and
Yeah.
I'm caught up to like this year. I know
Yeah.
that they had a new one, but I think I don't think I missed it yet. And Rick and Morty. I'm a huge Rick and Morty.
yeah, see, I've just been seeing stuff about that. I know
Solar
nothing about it.
Opposites. You need to
Yeah.
get into that.
Okay, we'll check it out.
The Wall.
I will totally check it out.
Well, is there anything else you want to talk about? I mean, we can.
No, I mean, just
Shut it down.
just still playing and I still play with our friend Stephen Clark. So with the occupational side effects, his project, it's kind of a collaboration thing. He'll send me stuff, I send him stuff back, and
I remember he had a
He's-
record that was really good, and then I left. I never saw him again. But he was playing bass for us with Andrew, and we needed someone in just for Thermocline when we were still gigging at
yeah,
New RO and stuff
Yeah,
like that. The
yeah,
last,
yeah.
he was awesome.
yeah,
It's good to see he's
good
got
presence.
stuff.
So
going
he
on.
still does stuff.
I think he was
he's-
producing a lot. So
Yeah, and he's got his stuff down. He knows what he's doing. And
his boy must be.
Yeah.
He was a baby when I left, so he must be 20 now.
yeah.
20 years later.
Yeah. And then just, like doing the stuff, working with the different people I've worked with over the years and working with new people now and then. And I mean, if I could tell you about all the gigs I could have had that didn't happen. And
Is there one that just is bugging you still? or no?
No, not really.
Is there any tidbits that are fun though?
No, I don't think so.
How about when I went down for the Limp Bizkit audition?
Oh, did you do that? Do I know this?
So
don't know if
it's
I
funny, I
remember.
forgot about it, but Double J, remember Double J from XFM?
Yes.
Jeff's cool. JJ, we talked to him a little bit online now, and he reminded me of something about when you did that. I was like, oh shit, I did do that, but I wasn't trying out for Limp Bizkit. We were following. I went down, so it was after Jason passed away, and I was
Mhm.
kind of like in this land of what the fuck am I gonna do now,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
And I went down to follow up with Flawless Records on what Jason had sent them because they responded to him about Thermocline,
Okay.
and we sent them the new Vacant Lot. We had Steve Gardner singing on it. And I don't know what he was saying to them. After he died, I didn't know what to do. So I was just like, I'm gonna go down, and I walked into the room, and I was under the understanding that they might be trying to steal riffs from people across the country, and there was all this other shit going on where like they were supposed to let you jam with the band if they like you, but this is at like a Guitar Center somewhere down in Buffalo.
Okay.
All these people lined up with their guitars, like tons of guitar players there, and it was
wow.
like just this big stunt of bullshit. And the
Yeah.
Flawless Records brings up their big tour bus, so I'm like, okay, this is kind of like, I felt like Canadian Idol audition or American Idol, like something just super lame like that way. Like everybody's here. There's no chance this is going to be worth it. But I said, screw it. So I went in and the distortion was on. The Macy Buki was there. I had my guitar in my hand. I plugged it in. I turned off the distortion. I looked at all the guys. I said, I got to talk to you for a second. And I took this pamphlet out of my hand and I handed them all the shit, followed up with from Jason. Like it was like the CD and the letter from them and stuff. Like, hey, following up with you, we had some shit go down. I kind of explained to them. I said, I just wanted to let you know that. And I said, here's my song. And I played Frequency, the delay part, the quiet part, and then into the heavy part. And then I hit this pedal. I just played Frequency, and then I left because I wanted to see if they'd steal Frequency from us, because you're supposed to go in and play something that was never recorded or copyrighted. And that was the extent of my little trip. I never heard from them.
I knew any of this.
They interviewed me about it on XFM, and I have that on tape somewhere, so I'll probably post that on my website at some point.
Nice.
Maybe I'll put it on Cronus.tv in the comments or somewhere. But yeah, the podcast is new. It's fun. You should try it. But yeah, that was definitely, I got a pick from that Limp Bizkit thing. That's all I have to show for that little Plastic Guitar World pick from Limp Bizkit bullshit.
Well, at least you have something to show for it.
Oh man, don't I ever just miss Dimebag Darrell sometimes? Where's Pantera when you need them? Oh man, and Vinnie Paul's gone now. I'm sad about that. I actually got to meet him at a meet and greet, got a nice picture with him, and then it was like surreal because I was like so sad about Dimebag for so long, but then to lose fucking Vinnie too, man. So I saw Slayer, my last show before the pandemic, on my birthday, November 30th.
Oh yeah,
it was in.
How was that?
It was the first band was Pantera as Phil and the Illegals.
Okay, yeah.
Next band was Ministry.
Oh yeah.
Next band was Primus.
Oh wow.
And the next band, Slayer. Slayer's final show. I got there during Primus. Why? As Jay Rustin even told me that you're going to be late for sure. Like back when I first went to LA in 2007 to go to the Forum, we went to see Incubus and somebody or something like that. And I remember like there was like, if you don't go at like 5, you'll never get there for the opening acts because they start at like 6.
Oh, okay.
It totally screws you up, right? And I was like, I went to the Slayer show and I was like, are you kidding me? Like I missed the Illegals. So I just watched it on YouTube after, and it's not the same.
No, it's not the same.
I thought it would be awesome. I was so excited to see Phil, but and I missed Ministry too, and kind of bummed. But I saw them in their heyday at Lollapalooza.
Yeah, I think I probably did too.
So
back when
you played Lollapalooza?
Yeah,
which year?
Of the later ones, like 97.
97. Who was on the bill?
Oh man, I'm trying to remember. So we did, and this was with Artificial Joy Club. I mean, we did the first 3 weeks of, I think there was a 5-week tour because we had other commitments after that. But I'm trying. You're putting me on the spot.
Oh, that's all right. I know that was like Tool.
Well, yeah. So it was the Marley Brothers.
But I didn't go that year.
Korn, Tool.
I didn't go.
Prodigy, Devo, the Eels.
Korn must have been dope.
Yeah, I watched Snoop Dogg.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I watched Korn quite a bit, watched Tool quite a bit, watched Snoop Dogg.
We saw Tool on second stage in Lollapalooza 92.
I think I did too.
As
well.
Were you that one with
was that
Pearl
in
Jam?
Barrie?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went up with some friends for that.
So Soundgarden, Pearl Jam,
yes,
Lush, Jesus and Mary Chain, Red Hot Chili Peppers, and Tool was on the second stage.
Yes.
Unbelievable. We were so close that we couldn't see the drummer.
Oh wow.
Because it was such a high stage in Barrie.
Yeah.
But that's 45 minutes where I grew up.
That's cool. Yeah, that's right.
I've always wanted to play that stage, and then we played Fresh Fest with Thermocline. That was the closest thing I did to that.
I went to the first Lollapalooza tour
with Perry
I
Farrell.
don't even remember what year it was, but yeah, the
year
one
before.
Jane's Addiction.
That was the 91.
Was it? And that was it. I went to Toronto to see that at CNE.
Yeah, I heard about that. That would have been awesome. That was Perry Farrell and Jane's Addiction, and like Chili Peppers might have been added too.
No, it was like 9 Inch Nails.
Okay.
And
I didn't go.
Susie and the Banshees, Living Color.
Damn.
I can't remember now.
So I remember like once in a while I would go away from Ottawa back to my hometown, north of Barrie, north of,
Mhm.
you know, up that way. And the thermocline guys would do shit without telling me or stuff without, you know, consulting me because I wasn't there. And they just figured, well, whatever, you know, we don't need to ask for his permission. He's just a guitar player, right? So there was that well, there was one time that really pissed me off. I'm just gonna just vent it
I don't
because
remember any of
it
this.
was the recording of Sonic Blonde, the chorus. It goes and then they came up with that I wish you steal my soul, that part. I
I don't remember.
fucking practiced for 4 hours in my car on the way home writing a chorus for it.
Yeah.
And I drove back to Ottawa with all this stuff I'd done, and they already recorded it without me, and they said it was done and that was it. And I was so mad and I hated it. And I was like,
I don't remember.
so but it's okay, you know, they just made a decision. We didn't have time, and Jay was like, I think Jay made a time-based decision, like we got to get this down and
I, you know what, I might have not been, because I remember I did my drum tracks.
You don't listen to vocals anyway.
And then, yeah, and I did my drum tracks, and then I was gone till everything else was kind of done.
Were you with Tammy somewhere flying out east or something?
No, I don't think so. I don't know who I was gigging.
You were playing with Tammy Ribble and flying out east a lot around those times.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah.
And we didn't want to mess that up because you had, like, you know, they had some stuff going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, the other thing that really bothered me, that was the one thing. But the other thing was the press release about Lollapalooza. So I never went to Lollapalooza in '97. But there's a press release that I have the article. I think it was Ian Nathanson from the Sun or something like that. I have it, and I will. Yeah. And it says that I met you. We met you at Lollapalooza because an errant boot was thrown on stage. Some Doc Martin landed on your drum kit, apparently, and you threw it in the crowd, and it knocked me in the back of the skull and knocked me out. And they had to pull me under the emergency medical tent.
Yeah.
And that's where we met after. And that's how we met you.
Yeah.
That was their idea of how to make it like a good story of how we met. I'm like, why is it me? And why am I being knocked out? Like, fuck you. Like, those guys, man. That's hilarious. I think it's funny. Fucking hilarious. I'm not mad. I think it's funny as shit. But that's the kind of shit that, like, I was like, really? Like, what kind of,
yeah.
It was like this destined to fail in a way.
You know, totally cheesy, but
so funny.
Humorous, you know.
Fucking bastards. But like, we learned after that, though, that you don't, when you have a band situation, you don't really want to knock your own band members like Noel and Liam Gallagher.
Like, no, I mean, that's the last thing you want to do. You know, we all do this because we like it. And, you know, there's easier things you could be doing.
I'm not doing this yet. I've been on the outskirts of the music industry for the last 20 years. I'm ready to take it by storm.
Doing stuff.
Oh, we're doing it now.
You know, everyone does stuff. Everyone does their own stuff. You know, you can do stuff and no one's going to know about it. You're still doing stuff.
I got a buddy, my buddy Marlon, shout out. He's killing it and nobody knows.
Yeah.
I mean, say that,
you know, and guys like you, I mean, there's guys like you or me. I mean, there's guys like us in every part, city, town,
and everybody. This is what I learned from Los Angeles. Like, everybody's done something, right?
Exactly.
And if you go to LA, they've all done something that's more interesting. It's all name dropping. And I find myself, I have to do that in some stupid way to make it sound like you know what you're doing. It's like, fuck.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm like, this is who I work with, and this is why. You know, like, if you need to, but like, I don't really at this point let the music speak.
Yeah, but I mean, and that's the thing is, no one has any idea what you've done in the past. And, you know, if you want to find, like, for me, if you want to find out, just look me up, but it's still not going to tell you everything I've done. But
right. And like, people don't care either. What I think is amazing.
Exactly. And
so what I've learned too is, like, when we used to be in the scene, like, if you were to cover a song, like, remember we used to cut from Blue Monday to another song, but that was kind of a no-no. Like, if you're going to cover a song, you do the whole song kind of thing, right? Well, I felt that a lot, like, that you can't just play the parts that are easy that everyone knows and then cut out the hard parts so no one cares. Like, but now with the attention span and the DJ sort of world, I love the mashup thing. Like, I have a new thing I'm working on, which I'll let the little cat out of the bag. I'm trying to do a mashup of two Canadian songs and one American song. Okay. Where, like, they all cross at different points during the same song. Like, I might be doing the riff of one song and like, and then the other song is playing the in between them. Okay. So, like, they're happening like a physics in, like, you know, the physics things that you talk about where they happen at the same time. I can't remember the name of it now, but like,
entanglement kind of theory.
Okay.
So that's a
Oh,
new thing I'm
wow.
working on. Not
That's
just two
cool.
songs mashed up, but three. So,
Mhm.
so you can then you might be able to do something like that with drums, where you take like a Pink Floyd drum rep. And this is what I was kind of getting at earlier when you were talking about your favorite like yacht party music and what you like to listen to, and you get and make playlists on your own sort of thing. Like I feel like I have the ability to hear a song like Martin Garrix's Forever, which they played at the end of the Olympics. He's a DJ.
Okay.
And I was able to hear like Metallica's To Live Is to Die, I felt had the same chords in it. So I
Okay. Yeah.
put them together.
Yeah.
And that's how I got Forever Is to Die,
Oh, nice.
my dancey sort of cover single. So I don't know how to explain it other than like, it's just knowing those chords work, like together you can come up with really cool stuff. And I can hear that. I find I can hear stuff that other people don't hear.
Mhm.
I'm like, oh, wow, that's actually Cheap Trick. That's all that is. It's just a Cheap Trick song that everyone knows, but they're doing it over in this key. And it's like, they didn't realize they stole it. Like when Sam Smith did the Tom Petty ripoff without realizing it.
Yeah.
Sam Smith did Stay With Me, but it's like, I won't back down. Like Tom Petty's Won't Back Down. Apparently they gave Tom
Oh.
Petty writing on that.
Oh, wow.
So like there's a lot of stuff like that. Like how's that get by the producers, right? But I don't know. So it's interesting to see like where we're getting influence from now. Like I'm still writing songs from tapes that I find in my house from when I was 15 that I recorded the part on.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Like I have a song called Flying High Above. It was called High Above, and then I kind of gave it the Randy Rhoads Flying High Above. That's a tribute name. And initially I have a tape from 20 years ago. I have another song called Scream. 25 years ago, my friend Dale sang on it. I gave him the lyrics. He just sang it. We recorded it with my buddy Gab, and I don't even know who played bass. I have a recording of it. And I'm like, holy crap, I just came out of my album now.
Well, yeah. I mean, if no one's ever heard it and you can still use it.
I didn't know I had that recording until I heard it after we finished recording it.
That's
I was
amazing.
like, yeah, it blew my mind.
Wow. That's good.
And I have like the riffs and stuff, like Ribbon Lifter, songs like that.
Mm-hmm.
I have the riffs of those all on those tapes.
Okay.
Like Ribbon Lifter is a thermocline
So
track.
those were just ideas that you had over time
Yeah.
that you just brought.
Well,
back.
and
Yeah.
not like all of that, but just the
Yeah.
more like the like all that was kind of done. But the intro stuff, I think I came up with like more recently.
Wicked. Cool.
But so hey, I look forward to seeing you play live now that you're allowed to again.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it.
It'd be cool to jam sometime. Maybe we'll jam somewhere. Who knows what's gonna happen? But I definitely appreciate you taking the time to invite me over to your home studio. First time in real
No
life.
problem.
Hey, really great to see you,
Real
Andrew.
life.
First time in
Yeah.
real life since the pandemic to be with a friend. All these things are on Zoom.
Yeah.
So this is an episode 6 of the Musicians Insider, and I look forward to seeing you guys back for more. Thanks a lot, Andrew LaMarche.
Thank you.
All right, talk to you soon.
See ya.
All right, hey, this is Ed the Sock, and this is a brand new video from Cronus. It's called I'm Not So
All right. Well, today we have a very special guest, none other than Much Music's famous Ed the Sock. He's now got his own amazing company called New Music. I'll edit it and get it figured out. He's got his own new company, and let's hear what he has to say. All right. We all grew up watching Much Music, and it's interesting to get Ed on here, so I'm excited. Hopefully we can get him to throw to the video. Hey Ed, how are you? Let's get you connected. Let's get you connected and all ready to go. Welcome to the Musicians Insider. I'm Cronus. Great to have you on. I'm stoked. How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Really, really well. Thanks for coming on today. I know you're a busy sock, but I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the Musicians Insiders, my podcast. We give advice for new artists and we tell people what's going on. And I know you've got this new website that you're launching, and I'd love to tell the world more about it. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what you've been up to, Ed? It's been a while since we've seen you.
Well, I mean, I've been around on social media, busy on Twitter and Facebook. In fact, I was trending on Twitter for an entire weekend a couple weeks ago. I'm getting on TikTok and Instagram more regularly. I didn't do it for a while because it's just another pain in the ass. But there I started participating there more. And I do have newmusicnation.ca, which is a video music channel in the spirit of classic Much Music. But we we run independent music videos from independent artists, primarily from Canada.
I love it. I was looking at your station today and I saw that you have about, quite a few subscribers, but I think it's growing. It's kind of new. And I see that you're hanging out with artists and promoting their new videos. I think that's awesome. We all miss Much Music. I want to ask you a couple questions. Like, our friends are all asking me, they're like, what happened to Much Music? And I know we've sort of talked, you've mentioned this before, but we used to all watch Much Music Video Flow. And I love that you've brought it back on your website. But what happened? How do we tell people what happened to Much Music?
Well, I mean, a couple things happened to Much Music. The internet and bad management, hand in hand. There was really good management there for a number, like basically the good management started when I started at Much. It's coincidental, but that's when Denise Donlin took over and had a vision for the channel, and it took some time to get people on board, including me. But once we were on board and we saw what she was doing, we're really on board. And then people saw the evolution of Much Music from its early days, which were very raw and great, to a channel that was a little slicker, but still honest and authentic, and you felt like you knew the people there. It didn't feel distant. It was like a national clubhouse. You tune in, it's a national clubhouse. Then management changed at a point, and it was bad management with no vision for the channel, proudly no vision for the channel, and said things like, the person in charge of programming said, our viewers are stupid and they just want shit, so we're just going to give them shit.
All they got was TV shows.
Yeah, and well, because in her office, all that was up on the TV was MTV shows. And she would constantly say, why can't we make shows like them? Well, we have about 1/millionth the budget, and also that is not what the channel is about. Anyway, there was another person another programming edict that said that our viewers don't remember anything longer than 3 months ago. So don't mention anything that happened longer than 3 months ago. They won't understand it.
We used to watch Power Hour, then we get together and watch the Power 30, watching it get shorter and shorter, and then they stopped doing videos. And it was something that our friends would get together and do. We'd watch video hits with Dan, all those shows. But hey, the computers, the internet, all the cell phones and everything that has given people the power to watch a video right in their palm of their hand now seems to have taken away from the video flow aspect of things. I love seeing that you're trying to bring it back. I do feel kind of Sesame Street here. This is great. How's your love life doing, by the way, being the cigar smoker that you are?
The hell kind of question is that? Ask me a real question.
What I wanted to know was, what advice would you have for new musicians in Canada that are trying to get it going, that have an album out, maybe are about to release a record? What would you recommend that they do these days with the current
state of things?
I mean, if I had the answer to that, I would have offered it for free and people would be following it. It is very difficult. The internet has made it possible for people to record and share their content, to a potential global audience. The problem is there's so many people doing it. It is very hard to cut through the clutter and get noticed. I will tell you that the videos we play on newmusicnation.ca, I am surprised at the level of quality that we get. I'm surprised at how good these independent bands who are, this isn't, for many of them, this isn't a profession. It's a hobby that they'd like to turn into a business, but they work day jobs. But they put that money and effort and vision into making really good music videos. I thought we were going to get mostly crap. No, it's primarily good music videos. And that's our goal, is to try to, you see somebody's got a music video with 33 views. We want to bring it to more people, so we put it on our channel. Now, our views aren't super great at this point in time. We're up to, like, I think our top thing is about 14,000 or whatever the hell.
It's hard to get over 4,000 subscribers just to get to that threshold where you start making money.
I'm talking about views, not subscribers. So, but we're still more than 33, and we're still growing. The other people have deep pockets. We don't. You really need to be able to pay for advertising for anything on YouTube, for example, where our video live. You have to be able to pay for advertising. We don't have that kind of money. I'm hoping to start a proper Patreon and get that money, so that we can have a little bit. I can give it a little bit more attention every month. I would love for bands to make a video that I can share with more people. I don't know if that gets them more attention, like if it becomes worth the effort it goes into making the video. But those videos are a labor of love, so it's not really a dollars and cents thing. It is. I mean, it's great to try to create a community online. Use whatever forums you can use, all of them, to create a community. A lot of people, they don't use Facebook anymore. Facebook's still great for creating communities. You've got of course Instagram and TikTok. I don't know that Twitter is huge for growing music audiences, but grow your community. And the thing is, this is easy to say, but don't be discouraged. I mean, you put the thing up, you think it's amazing, you put your music out there, and you're not getting the listens that you hoped. The thing is that when the internet was young, there was a lot of attention on people who got like 1 million downloads. Now, that was a very rare occurrence. It was often just dumb luck. Most of the things that get popular on YouTube or on Spotify music, places like that, it's dumb luck. If you don't have a marketing budget, it's dumb luck. You're doing something that is not substantially different than other people, but somehow you're the one that everyone focused on.
You're the unicorn.
It's just dumb luck. But the thing is, if you don't put good stuff out there, you will never have that dumb luck. And also, people have stopped expecting that they're going to get 1 million downloads. The attention, the expectations have come down to earth more, and that's a good thing. I mean, the idea is, if you're making this music, sure, I think a lot of people want to make it into a business, but they love doing it. And so to them, making the music and putting it out there, it's something that artists have to do. Like, it isn't something like, pay me, then I'll make music. It's not like that. It's a drive, it's a passion, and keep putting the music out there. You never know when it's going to catch fire.
Yeah, we've been working on this forever. I've been in Los Angeles for the last 13 years, and because of the pandemic, I came home. We shot a video at the Horseshoe Tavern last summer, and I hired a crew, and they're all pro, and it definitely makes a difference to do it professionally. But now we're like over 10 grand in the hole. We didn't release the record yet. It's coming out in like 2 weeks.
Well, good luck with it. Now, send me the video. I'll play it.
I believe I did submit it, but I haven't
Oh,
talked.
okay. I'll
But I'll
check it
make sure I
again.
do again.
We had a bit of a slowdown.
No problem.
Because the idea for the channel was that people, we had this category VJ for a day,
Okay.
where people could be a VJ for like one shift, and there was like 60 people that paid to do that. And I've been trying to get them to fulfill it, and they don't do it. The idea was that we would be able to supplement the stuff I do and other VJs that I worked with do. We'd be able to supplement it with this VJ for a day people. But they haven't, the information went out there as to how to do this, and it's only a couple of people that have followed it up. So when everything relies on me, and then I get COVID for a long period, everything stops. Plus, I got to make money. I can't spend a lot of time on something that's not making me money, or bringing in enough to make it something I focus completely on. So it's sort of slowed down, but we're picking up again. We just made an agreement with a recording studio called Kensington Sound. They've been around 50 years in Toronto's Kensington market. They've had all kinds of names in there. We'll be shooting there in the winter months because outside is just too damn cold. Also visiting the neighborhood business. Kensington, if you don't know, Kensington Market in Toronto is a very diverse, very down-to-earth community. It really is a community with so many interesting characters and interesting businesses. So, I'll be visiting these businesses and getting to know the people around there, making it feel more like a community. So that I think I'm starting to record there Friday.
That's great, Ed. I'm really happy to hear that. And also, when you had said like it's frustrating, a lot of people are, not so trying so hard. Sometimes they just give up. I want you to know that we are proud of you for trying to keep music alive, independent, and I love what you're doing. And I really wish you well. And don't give up. And I know you won't, but I just wanted to say that. That's awesome.
Well, thank you. I mean, there are days, there are days. I really do feel like, I mean, with COVID, a lot of musicians, a lot of bands make their money doing live performances, and their ability to earn any income that way, whether it's their principal income or an additional income they relied on, it was gone for over 2 years. And I feel like these musicians really need a leg up to try to get eyeballs and get people to know that they exist. So, I feel very strongly about trying to provide that platform. Much music used to provide a platform for artists. Now, it never provided a platform for unsigned artists. I argued with them over and over and over, said, you got to put some unsigned artists on. They said, no, we only take artists who've been signed to a record label. And the thing is, once you're signed to a record label, you're away to the races. You've got support and stuff, marketing support and everything. I wanted to use the channel like one show, just one show where we play unsigned artists, give them the chance with that platform to reach people, but they refused. And that's why I'm not taking signed artists. I'm taking unsigned artists.
Excellent. Are you familiar with Indie Week? Do you work with them at all?
I know Indie Week, Daryl Hers.
I had him on season 2, episode 2 last.
Yeah, Daryl's a good guy.
Love that guy. They're amazing. They're just so busy that they're hard to get. Like, you can't really hire them because they have so many people hiring them.
Yeah.
Which is a good problem.
Yeah. No, I like Daryl.
So Canadian Music Week 2, do you attend that? Are you part of that?
With COVID, I decided not to.
Well, coming up, do you plan to do the future? There's another one. I missed it last year too.
Yeah, I mean, I like to go out and see not just the bands playing, but I like to see how the crowd responds to them, and how because there's a real magic there, the connection between the performer and the audience live right there. There's a special magic and an atmosphere that is created that you can't get anywhere else, and you can't even replicate it. Like, if you record that, you're still not going to replicate that feeling. It's a special feeling that you get when you're there.
And it was fun. Like we did last time I did Canadian Music Week was CMW 99 and we played the Bovine, and it was just fun going from bar to bar, and then they're packed and everyone shows up at, like, it's empty, and then all the people show up to see the band, and then you go to the other venues and it's just an awesome party. But 22 years later, I'm not sure whether everyone still goes to the Western Harbor and Castle, how it all goes down, but this year we're going to check it out, see what it's like. Just thought I'd ask you a little bit about that. Let's see. So I got a couple questions. So what are the chances of getting you to throw to my video? I got a new video called I'm Not Sorry. We shot it in Toronto. It's at the Horseshoe Tavern, and the album drops on November 26th. I would love for you to introduce it for me so I can put the clip in before we drop it at the show. Any chance?
What's it called? I'm not sorry.
Yeah, by Cronus.
By Cronus?
Yeah.
All right, hang on a sec. Are you ready? Cameras on me. Hey, Ed the Suck. Is it on me or not?
Let me just do the speaker view here. Perfect.
Is that you see me?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, this is Ed the Sock, and this is a brand new video from Cronus. It's called "I'm Not Sorry."
Woohoo! Thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
Do you think you could do one more where you say, "Ladies and gentlemen, Cronus," and I'll put it on before my live show?
Yeah, why not? You ready? Cameras on me. All right, ready. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Cronus.
Thank you so much. Excellent.
No
You're
problem.
the man. Hey, so is there anything you want to promote that you want to make sure I will talk about your website? I have the link to it. What are you on TikTok? The Sock?
Yeah, I am on TikTok.
And you know that TikTok has a different discovery algorithm where it shows like 200 of your videos to 200 people who've never seen you before, instead of always the same 200 people like Instagram and all those ones. So I think it's really the place to be right now, and I think you could blow the hell up on there.
Yeah, I avoided it because, as I said earlier, there are so many places that you have to place content regularly that it's a full-time job just doing that. Yeah. But friends of mine told me you got to go to TikTok. I mean, initially TikTok, I looked at it, it was just a bunch of people doing stupid dances.
We have a guitarist community on there. I play guitar with people on there, and there's no people on that are not in the community.
Yeah, it's really grown
sick.
From its origins. And I mean, I put up a video last week about wearing a poppy, and it got like 20,000 views in a couple of days, and that's substantial. So yeah, I'll be on TikTok. I'll probably be recording something today to put up.
Awesome. Well, I know that it's probably getting around that time. We've already been almost 20 minutes or so. I'm just gonna look at this, by the way. This is my new baby. I'm gonna play this.
Very nice.
I'm with Ernie Ball, and I just wanted to share this Ernie Ball Majesty guitar that I have.
I love the way you pushed the neck of the guitar right in our face, like you're waving your penis at us. Yeah,
that's what guitar players are doing, basically.
Yeah,
extensions of their penis.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you very much for that.
Anytime.
How many guitars are you going to show me?
This is like, I don't even know what it's worth. It's a Gibson 1977 Artisan. I just love this thing. I used to use it with my last name.
It's worth whatever it would take for you to part with it.
Not happening.
Exactly. So it's priceless.
You bet. Well,
all right.
Ed, wonderful to have you on, and maybe in a year we'll have you on season 3 or something. I'm hoping to do my podcast live for season 3. This is all recorded, but really great to have you on. And anything you want to say to my viewers about what you got coming up?
No, just keep going to newmusicnation.ca and check me out. It's Ed_the_sock on both Instagram and TikTok, and at Ed the Sock on Twitter. Also, I'm on Facebook where I have longer conversations with people.
I will add all of that below. Ed the Sock, wonderful to have you on. Thank you kindly. I really appreciate you. I will let you get back to your life of being a sock puppet. And this felt way better than a Muppet show. I appreciate it. You're the man. Thank you so much.
I don't even know if that's a compliment, but all right. See you later, Aaron.
Cheers.
That I've ever had is to know when to take my stand. The hardest thing that I've ever had is to know when to take my stand. It's time for love all the time. It's time for love. EDM shit.
Is it warming up in here now? All right. You get to know your fellow Metallica family member really well in here, man. This is a pretty historic place here, don't you think? Yeah. Yeah, baby. Yeah! So Lawrence has a way better memory than me. Yeah. I mean, anyone does, really. Actually. So the last time we played here was when? March 18, what? 17? No way. 1995, you said. 85. 75? 1985? Wow. You know all this shit, right? He's our resident Metallica expert. All right. Yeah, and who did we play with? Armored Saint? Yeah, and Wasp. Wasn't it? Was it Wasp? He begs to differ. You lose. And Metallica. All right, here's some older stuff. Harvested. together. felt mighty good. Do you concur? What's of course? We must play more. You got time for one more? Is that all right? Okay. So, just gotta know, is the Metallica family here tonight? Beautiful. So, you know all our songs, you know all the words, and you know what I'm gonna say right here, right? So you're gonna finish my sentence right now, okay? Seek! Maybe. Seek! If you're out there, follow me! All right.
tonight. Metallica is grateful for you. Thank you so much. Follow me. Metallica loves you, LA. Thank you.
Caught Kirk Hammett's pick. That was pretty cool. And Rob Trujillo threw a pick at the end of the night. It was from the stands. That was pretty neat.
It's a Jazz 3. It says Kirk on it, and so his little signature. These are the picks that Metallica throws into the crowd. They had a whole bag of them that Rob Trujillo and Lars were just throwing. And then this was the one that Rob threw off the mic stand. So that was kind of cool.